Ah, okay, sorry, you couldn't hear me. Hi, hello everybody. Good evening. It's time for me to get to work. Oh, I feel foolish. I don't have my music ready. Give me a second. Hi everyone, how are we doing? Good evening. I was just stopping Blueberry from eating something weird off the floor. Can you see that creature, by the way? In the back? Mary! Blueberry and Mary were sitting so comfortably. Every time I start streaming though, Blueberry wants to leave. She hates it. She hates when I stream. She just despises it. I think she hates that I'm talking, but I'm not talking to her or to, from what she can view, anyone. So it really pisses her off. At least that's what I can tell. Give me a sec. I'm gonna put on music. Right. Heck you. Say hi before you leave. Hi, Bobbing. Hi, Bobbing. Isn't she cute? Not happy. Oh, not happy. Huh? You don't want to be in here. Oh, ow. She's gonna scream, I can feel it. You are so easy to read, you know? Not very mysterious. Meow.
Yeah.
What? Oh, thank you for the sub, Ramen Fist. Oh, you set a bad example. You set a bad- Look, now she wants to leave because you're making things awkward. That's- You do that! You're a bad example. You are a bad example, and I think you know that. You need to behave and be a nice girl. Oh. All she does is yell. She yells like she has the worst life in the world. You are spoiled. You are looked after. You get so many yummy foods. You get filtered water. Not even I get filtered water. You know that, right? Filtered clean water at any time you want. Luxurious, luscious life. Ugh, she pisses me off. Anyway, I gotta let her go. Hang on, this one wants to leave too, but I don't want to hold her properly because she just cleaned herself so she's wet. This is Mary. And yes, she's named after the Going Mary. I didn't name her, by the way. My roommate did. This is my roommate's cats, Brittany and Aaron. Brittany and Aaron, this is their child. I'm the aunt. I'm the evil Auntie Mel. That's what they call me, evil Auntie Mel. So she's evil. Well, I'm evil, but she's also kind of evil. You're cute though. She is evil. She scoots. Get out of here. By scoots, I mean after she's gone to the litter box, she will wipe her ass on the ground, and if she doesn't have worms, it's because her bum hair is long. So she's like, I gotta get the hair out of my ass. I meant I am evil, but she's a little evil. Alright, I gotta get to work. Love your videos, and I've been watching your streams for a while. Love your hair, and your cat is so cute. Aww! And this is your first time chatting? Wow! Welcome. Sorry, I don't have my editing up. Yeah, my I'm having a good hair day today. My hair dried really well. In my I wear a silk bonnet when I go to bed, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It worked really well last night. Kind of disappointed in this apple. Just overripe. Done. The other apples I had were perfect. Applesauce. I just got mine from Amazon. I just looked up silk bonnet. La la la. Oh, you can do the old Reddit. What's the best silk bonnet to get? I, unfortunately, every time I have like a general question, I always ask the question and then put Reddit on the end. Reddit's really fucking good with just general questions. Like, Reddit is my ChatGPT. You know what I mean? You know how people ask ChatGPT mundane shit? I do that but with Reddit, but I trust Reddit a little bit more, and I don't know if that's something I should be doing, but they've never led me astray at any point because there are so many different people giving different answers, and other people will respond to them and say whether their answer was shit or whether their answer was good or if that answer worked for them. Like, you've got multiple sources, you know? It's genuinely really helpful. Like, Reddit is the untapped market for like, or like the underground market for just general questions. Reddit, I think it is better than ChatGPT because you actually get multiple different people answering one question and you can sort through them and see if you believe them or not. Because they'll all be talking to each other. Only for that though, don't go on Reddit for fucking anything else. It's a cesspit. It's a cesspit in any other area. I've never used ChatGPT, no. Oh! Wait, I think I used it for one thing because I wanted to see if some video I was watching just used a ChatGPT answer, and it did. That's the only reason I used it, because like this video I was watching was incredibly formulaic sounding, and I was like, did they just ask ChatGPT to like do this part for them? And I looked up like what I think they would have asked. I don't remember what it was. It was just some video on some, you know, bullshit. And I'm like, whatever they're like, what they're talking about, it doesn't sound like it's in their own words. It sounds like they're just quite literally reading a formulaic script, and it was exactly as I thought. Or I use ChatGPT to see if it's wrong. Do you know what I mean? Like if someone says something and I'm like, that is wrong, and one Google page, like one Google search result and looking through Google will tell me that's wrong. Where the fuck did they get this answer from? And then you look up the question in ChatGPT and lo and behold, it's the wrong answer. That's like the only two reasons I think I've used ChatGPT for. I just want to know where the hell they got this from. Because genuinely, if someone has used ChatGPT to like try and debate something, I'm like, you're probably not going to be correct about whatever the fuck you're debating. Because the reason I don't like ChatGPT is because it's one answer. And I hate that. Like, because it's like, oh, but there's so many different, like, sources. And it's like, okay, but a lot of those sources are probably incorrect. And that will lead on one answer. And that answer will probably be wrong. Like, I can give you an answer that comes from so many different sources of my life. That doesn't mean I'm right. You know what I mean? It's why I don't like it. And I hate it because I'm watching older people use ChatGPT. And when I say older people, I mean like educated older people use ChatGPT. And these are people who claim that sources and referencing is important, right? And the one rule of sourcing and referencing is you need more than one source. That's literally a rule. You need more than one source. They'll use ChatGPT like it's fine, and they'll just get one answer out of it. And it's like, ChatGPT is not a viable source. Just because it uses multiple different areas, it still gives you one answer. It's still one source. Like, Wikipedia is genuinely more viable than ChatGPT because Wikipedia shows you its sources on every single page. That's why it always pissed me off that it was like, oh, Wikipedia is not a good enough thing to use. Who the fuck started that? Who pushed that? Wikipedia is incredibly viable so long as you're looking at the sources and you're looking at where it's getting these answers from. It's incredibly viable. I don't know what fucking school district what curriculum pushed Wikipedia is not good enough. Who the fuck pushed that? Wikipedia is incredibly viable. It's just like, because you can see the source, they give you the sources of reference on Wikipedia so you can double check it. You can't do that on fucking ChatGPT. ChatGPT is awful with that shit. Because you can say, ChatGPT, where did you get this answer from? There's no guarantee it'll give you all the fucking sources because it's a bot, you know, that will malfunction from time to time or just not give you the correct answer from time to time. I never understood why Wikipedia... I agree Wikipedia shouldn't be your main source, but I think it's allowed to be a source. Yeah, right? Teachers that will say Wikipedia was wrong or you can't use Wikipedia will use ChatGPT like it's gospel. What the fuck is going on? I was literally raised within an education system that told me you cannot have one source, you cannot have one reference. I am now fucking watching these same people who taught me that use ChatGPT. The reason I like Google search is because you can go through multiple different websites. Multiple different websites. You can actually find like different articles and different pages. You can't fucking do that with ChatGPT. It's like, oh, well, ChatGPT takes everything and puts it together. That's bad. You should be looking at what it's looking at yourself. You should be the end result, not ChatGPT. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm sorry. I feel like I'm going nuts because the same people who taught me about how to source and how to reference and how to research are using ChatGPT and thinking it's good. It's actually driving me mental because I'm like, this is not what you taught us. What is going on? Like, I'm sorry. It's been pissing me off so bad. Don't like it. You're a teacher that said Wikipedia was wrong. Check the sources beyond the wiki. No, see, Danny, I do agree with that. I agree you should be checking with the Wikipedia sources. But I don't think it's fair for Wikipedia to just not be a source point blank. I think it's a viable source because you actually get to see and check the references. Just make sure you're checking those references. At the same time, you can literally use Wikipedia and Wikipedia's sources to create your own Wikipedia. I would do that. I would go through the Wiki. If I had to write a paper on something I didn't fucking care about, I would go on the page for it in Wikipedia and then I'd go to the sources on that page and just use those because a lot of them are incredibly sufficient. And I'd get fantastic marks and it worked every time. But of course you have to double check because I also have to be up to date Because if it's what is it? If it's 10 years or older, 10 years old or older, then you can't really use it as a source. I mean, you can, but it's old, you know? That's true, Danny. But now they're all using fucking ChatGPT, so what are we meant to do? Ugh. Hello. Sorry, I'm looking for a Kuma page. Get out of here. Oh yeah, I did a so I do floor exercises every morning, right? But I added something new to my exercise routine, and it's like this pelvis muscle bone stretch, whatever the fuck. It just helps with like posture. It fucking hurt! I had to hold it for 5 minutes on each side, and I was going, ow! And I'm hoping that will get easier, because I'm assuming my posture is just fucked, and that's why it hurts so bad. I was lying there for 5 minutes going, ow! Ouch! And I was like, am I doing this right? And I kept looking up the pose to make sure I was. And apparently it's supposed to hurt a little bit. That means it works. It must, right? At the same time, every time I do my exercises, I'm like, this is how I know Zora's a fucking idiot. I'm sorry. Guys, I'm sorry to you guys who enjoy exercising. Exercising is so fucking boring. It is not stimulating enough mentally for me. Anyways, like, I can do it. It's not hard. I do my exercises every morning, and I go through the motions, and I sweat, and I get, you know, nice and pumped up, but it's so boring. Like, just the same exercises or exercises doing that same motion every day all the time. It is so boring. It's just unbelievably boring. It's not at all mentally stimulating. And I'm like, this is how I know Zora's actually an idiot. He's an idiot, because how can he do this every day and not be bored out of his fucking mind? Like, you have to be a musclehead to enjoy that kind of shit. I'm sorry, guys. It's just so boring. I will watch things and listen to things, but while I'm doing my exercises, I'm like, I can be more productive than this. You know what I mean? It's just, I can listen to something, but usually when I watch something, I also do something else, right? Or if it's something I haven't seen before, I can't do anything else because I'm paying too much attention to what I'm watching. So I have to watch things that I've already seen, so I don't actually like lock in on what I'm watching, and I can actually do my exercises without getting distracted. But then it's just so fucking boring. It's just so boring. It's just not stimulating enough. And I can't listen to music while I'm exercising because my exercises are in timed fragments, right? So like 5 minutes of this, 5 minutes of that, or 3 minutes of this, 3 minutes of that. If I'm listening to a song, I know usually how long that song will go for. In my head, as I'm listening to the song, I'm like, okay, this song is about, like, we're up to the second chorus. This song is about 1 minute 30 seconds through. I have 1 minute left of my exercise, and that makes the exercise drag. If I listen to music, I know how long my exercise is going to take, and I don't want to know how many minutes left I have of an exercise. Otherwise, that drags out the exercise length, and it absolutely pisses me off, because then it's even more boring. Because I'm like, oh, I gotta do this for another 2 minutes, you know? Is that normal? Is that something normal people go through? Or is that just me? Do I sound insane right now? Does no one else have that? Where if, like, you know how long something has been because you're listening to a song and you know approximately how long that song is? Is that just me? Surely that's something normal. I can't listen to music when I'm doing something that is, like, time required. Because I just know how long songs are. Oh, applesauce, don't say that. I keep trying to deny that I have ADHD, but I I keep falling into the hole. Because I'll be honest with you guys, getting diagnosed is expensive, and I'm not like mentally, I'm not like crippled by like anything like mental wise, you know what I mean? So I'm like, I don't want to get diagnosed for it because it's too expensive and it's not something that truly affects my life to the point that I think I need to know. But I always tell people, no, I mean, I'm not diagnosed. I'm not sure if I have it. And every time someone with ADHD says to me, Mel, you have it. And I'm like, what? I'm like, but I can't say I do. You know what I mean? I can't fucking diagnose like that. I told my parents. And my parents were like, yeah, well, everyone has ADHD. Everyone says they have ADHD. And I was like, Mum, or Mum and Dad, what they're going off of is little boys. Everyone thinks little boys have ADHD. Like, ADHD presents differently in women. We know this. Oh god, everyone gets it nowadays, and I'm like, you two do not understand my mind. You gotta move around while sitting. I don't want to do that shit. Also, sorry, yeah, that's a Sanji body pillow on my bed. You got diagnosed as a kid, peer reviewed. Well, the funniest thing is so many people are going, oh, like, everyone is getting misdiagnosed for ADHD, or everyone has ADHD now. It's like, first of all, the reason a lot of kids especially are getting misdiagnosed for ADHD is because, once again, they're using little boys, like, with ADHD as the benchmark for that, for their studies of who has ADHD. And of course, again, little kids are a lot of the time naturally just energetic. So a lot of little kids will be looked at, be seen as energetic, and then they'll be like, oh, you have ADHD. So a lot of kids are actually the ones getting misdiagnosed. Because again, boys, especially young boys, are what they're using to diagnose ADHD in people, which is obviously an unfair comparison, because not everyone is a little boy. And ADHD does not present the same in everybody. And also, we just know what it is now. And now that we know what it is, more people can know that they have it. It's like it's like autism. You know how like every like old person ever who's like 70 or 80 will be like, we didn't have autism back in my day. And then you look at the traits of some of these old people and they're clearly autistic. Do you know what I mean? Like, your grandma loves collecting nothing but fine china, like an insane amount of fine china, like so much fine china. She should not have that much fine china, but she's like, no one can touch it. No one can look at it. You can look at it, but you got to be back here. I got to clean this every day. Grandma, you have autism. And no one ever told you because you never knew. Like, like 500 tiny spoons, you know? Or the dads that love collecting nothing but like airplane like things or like models or kits like all the time, right? And it's like, you have autism. You just don't know it because you didn't think it was a thing. It's like that. It's like people going, wow, why is ADHD and autism levels suddenly going up? Why is everyone getting it now? Because we always fucking had it. We just didn't know. Like, we just didn't know. We just never diagnosed anybody with it. Do speed as a teen and never get buzzed? Yeah, ADHD. That's ADHD. Well, the funniest thing is coffee doesn't affect me very much. I can drink coffee and not get too energized. At this point, I drink it because it's yummy. It's kind of got a placebo effect, but I can drink it and go to bed, right? Energy drinks as well also don't really work that well on me. My mum's exactly the same. She's exactly the same. ADHD and autism both are also genetic. We know they're genetic now. And I'm looking at my mum and I'm like, Mum, I think we have information that we need to figure out about ourselves. I think we need to figure this out about ourselves, mother dearest. If she's watching, that would be so funny. Because I remember saying, like, I just like drinking coffee because it's yummy, but it doesn't really wake me up. And I know this because, again, it doesn't... Like, I can drink coffee and fall asleep, but, I remember saying that to one of my friends, and they said, Mel, that's ADHD, and I went, no! I didn't know. People who brag about being immune to coffee, you're not immune to coffee because you're just special. Well, you are special. But not like this, not like this. I mean, ADHD is also being developed as, like, it's, do you know what I mean? Like, developed, because you can be born with it, but it's also something that you can get traits of because of things like screen time, because of iPad babies. Like, it's not, you know what I mean? Like, you are born with it, but it is also traits that you can get because of, like, iPad baby problems. I hate energy drinks. I think that they're the devil. Like, they're unbelievably bad for you. I cannot believe how bad for you they are. I remember every time I used, like, I had one or two when I was, like, in my early 20s to late teens. I'd always feel like absolute shit after that. They're awful. Like, I just think they're so horrible. I'm the American. I'm so glad you know what that is, Lucifer. But she's holding Monster and she's like, 666, the devil. Yeah, I feel like her. I understand her. I'm so glad you know what that is. I was gonna reference it, but I was like, I don't know if anyone knows it. Also, I don't know how true this is. I actually have to look this up, but guys, I found this out and I was like, I'm sending this to every single man I know. Hang on. Okay, she doesn't want to load. It's not loading. It was basically something like, studies show that stuff like soft drinks or fizzy drinks, soda, whatever the fuck you guys call it, increases hair loss in men. So think about that. Think about that. Stop drinking that shit. Don't let big Pepsi win, big soft drink win, big Coke win. Does ginger beer count? Well, yes, that is a soft drink. I'm serious though. I used to drink Coke all the time. But over time I just stopped because I was like, I have to stop drinking this shit. I can feel that, like, mentally and physically it is not good for me. Like, it just makes me feel like shit all over. If you stop drinking it, you just don't crave it anymore. You just stop craving it. You just don't want it anymore. And, like, it's a great feeling, I'm telling you. Like, I go out, I have a drink, you know? If I get fast food, I never get soft drink anymore. I just don't crave it. Hi, Emma. Sorry, I'm saying all this because, I have, like, my mental up and downs with, like, anxiety, and I notice that, like, what I eat and what I drink is very much connected to it, which is why I've been having my apple a day. And it's helped, bitch! It's helped, bitch! An apple a day, it keeps the doctor away. I've been feeling great since I've been having my apples. Oh, speaking of, I ordered a bunch of fruit. Hang on, I'll be back. nearly done with my fruit. Give me a second. My joke. Huh. Sorry, Aaron woke up and I gave him a blackberry. He was schnappen. Ta-da! Isn't that delicious looking? There's yogurt under it, I promise. It's just fruit. Nature's wonders. Staining fruits? Nothing's ever gone wrong, I say. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Because I eat, you see how I eat? I eat like this, right up to my mouth. Like a lady. Hi, Subaki. Fell on your keyboard. Oh my god. It's for those who care. Blackberries, raspberries, strawberries, blueberries with lactose-free Greek yogurt, which doesn't taste any different, and it shocked me. And honey. Honey. And it's delicious. Yeah, I'm trying to eat healthier snacks like this instead of shit. I think I went through a phase of eating nothing but cheese and crackers. And it made my whole body go and I was like, I hear you, I understand you. I'm sorry, I'll try better. Don't crash on me, oh my god. I don't like lactose-free milk. I prefer soy milk. Lactose-free milk just tastes yuck and disgusting to me. I can't do it. So I was hesitant. I was hesitant to try this lactose-free yogurt. But it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Almond milk? I'm so glad I don't like the taste of almond milk because apparently it's like the worst one. I'm sorry to tell you this. Apparently almond milk is not very healthy. I don't know why. It's either too full of fats or too full of sugars. It's one or the other. I found that out and I went, oh, thank fucking god I don't like almond milk. Kuma, Zoro, manga page 4. Oh, I'm doing it wrong. I'm doing it wrong. I'm going to convert this to here instead. Not a fan of granola. Too chewy. I don't like when cold things are crunchy. Because granola has to go in yogurt, right? But yogurt's cold. So then the granola must be cold because of the yogurt. And when cold things are crunchy, I suffer. Because I have sensitive teeth. I can't crunch on cold. I don't know, granola's never been it for me. What the fuck? Never mind. Sorry, I tried to convert something in Firefox and it said, nah, I don't like it. I'm sorry, ma'am, I won't do that to you again. I don't even know what granola is. Grain? I think it's like a grain? I don't even know how we found that out. I don't think I fuck with it much. Okay. Whoops, I went the wrong way. It's mostly rolled oats with nuts and seeds mixed in and dried fruit for sweetness. That is the most old people snack fucking ever. 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 Old people love muesli. They love it. Grains and dried fruits. Mel, can I add King Harold to the bad dad list? He's away and just kind of believes everything that people say about Loki. He's not a bad person, but I wouldn't call him a good dad. No, I agree with you, QB. I've been saying I don't think Harold's a very good dad. I think he's very negligent. I don't think he tries to be, but I think he's negligent. Because he's like, oh my god, who is doing this to Loki? Leaving your son with the brother of like, I'm trying to word this. Leaving your son, who his mother hated, and his mother's brother was looking after him and clearly abusing him. Like, what the fuck? He has no idea, but this is the argument. This is the argument. If he weren't so unaware of Loki's situation, he would have an idea. That's my argument with him. If he were actually paying proper attention to Loki and talking to him more and being around him more and trying more, he'd know. Well, see, he tried to be like, oh god, Loki, why are you injured? And then Loki didn't answer because Loki was a fucking 1-month-old baby, and he went, oh. Like, he doesn't try very hard, I think. He does that thing of like, well, I asked, you know what I mean? I just don't think he tries very hard to be a good dad. Like, I don't think he's a bad guy. I just don't think he's made to be a dad. The fact that, what's her name? Ida? Is that her name? The fact that she clocked immediately why Loki was acting the way he was, and she was the one that was like, Loki, we can look after you, speaks fucking volumes. She was the one that figured out why Loki is acting out. Not even Loki's own fucking dad figured that out. But no, I agree with you, QB. Also, thank you for the donation. Sorry for the tip. What do I say? The super chat! Thank you. Oh, I'm seeing Superman tomorrow, by the way. I'm excited for that. I'm finally seeing this film. Loki's rage is entirely justified. Entirely justified. The whole of fucking Elbaf despises him. They think every single bad thing that happens in Elbaf is Loki's fault. Everything. And I remember saying, Loki was born and they blame shit on him. He was born and they blame shit on him. Because so many people are like, well, why can't he just keep his head down? Why can't he just be nice? Because it doesn't fucking matter what he does. Loki could be the most mannered-tempered, nice kid ever. Ever. But they believe he's the issue, no matter what. What the fuck else was a kid supposed to do? What was he supposed to do? It really pisses me off when people are like, well, maybe if Loki... You were literally saying, well, maybe if the victim were a better victim, then this wouldn't be happening. Loki's the victim of this story. We understand this, right? He's quite literally the victim. I hate when people are like, well, maybe if Loki were, like, better. You are literally saying maybe if the victim were just a nicer and perfect victim, maybe they wouldn't make him the victim. He was fucking born and he was turned into the problem. He was born and he was the problem. Like, what was he supposed to do? It's just insane to be like, well, maybe if Loki just was nicer and kept his head down more, maybe I could defend him. Bitch, he was a child. He was a fucking child and they blamed everything on him. He literally wasn't doing anything and they blamed everything on him. Like, it's just insane that it's like, you want him to be well-mannered and nice and kind and etc, etc, etc. Loki didn't have the ability to be able to be those things. He didn't have the ability to be able to be someone like that because by this time he was born, the second he was out of that womb, they said, you're the problem. He didn't have someone like Sora. You know how Sanji had Sora? He didn't have that. He was like Ace. He's very similar to Ace in my opinion. Because Ace was the same. Ace was a fucking menace. Ace was a menace. Ace was incredibly cruel to Luffy. Incredibly cruel to Luffy. But we forgive Ace. And we forgive Ace because we literally see Ace's story and see why he acts this way. But for some reason with Loki it's different and I can't understand why. Why is it different with Loki? I don't know why it's different with Loki. Literally everyone in Elbaf wants him dead by the time he's born. They want him gone and dead by the time he's born. But for some reason, we understand Ace's issue and we don't blame for how Ace treated Luffy when he was young. but we blame Loki for being the way he was when he was young, even though Loki was out there trying to kill himself. Like, what the fuck? I'm never blaming Loki for anything. I'm not blaming Loki. Loki's incredibly hot. What are you talking about? Loki's a beautiful man. I am not blaming Loki for anything he's done as a child, especially on an island that is like, Loki, you should just be dead. They just want to get rid of him. Ever since he was born, they want to get rid of him. I just can't believe people will be like, Loki has to apologize. The entirety of fucking Elbaf has to apologize to Loki first. Even Luffy understands that. Even Luffy understands that. Luffy said to Loki, Loki, no one wants you here. Come with me. But the sad part is, I think Loki very clearly does care about Elbaf. I think Loki does like Elbaf. They just don't like him. Like, I'm sorry, I don't think Loki should be apologizing for fucking anything. Because they turned him into this. They literally turned him into this. He's not fucking Doflamingo levels, where Doffy had a whole family that loved him. Doffy had a whole family that loved him. I hate when people compare Doffy to Loki. Because there's genuinely nothing similar there. Doffy was a child running around asking where his slaves were, with a family that loved him unconditionally. Loki, on the other hand, was born, chucked out, the whole of Elbaf blamed him for just being born. I don't think Loki needs to apologize for fucking shit. I really don't think so. Everything Loki is doing, tantrums and everything, is because ever since he was a child, the whole of Elbaf said he should just be dead. Oh! And you know what? Loki thinks the same fucking thing. He just can't kill himself. He's tried. He's tried! I don't think that kid needs to apologize. Because I think Elbaf needs to apologize to him for what they fucking did to him. It's like actually insane. I just cannot believe people think Loki's the issue here. I just can't believe it. I really can't. Like, Loki's not the issue. I do really want the only lie for Loki to tell us when he's struck down, says he's dying. I do it and actually feeling sad for his brother before Loki goes, nah, just kidding. Can you imagine Loki's like, I was joking. Because he doesn't think anyone cares about him. He doesn't think anyone gives a fuck about him. I remember I was the one that had the theory. The reason everyone thinks Loki's a liar is simply because they've branded him that. Loki's actually, I remember, guys, do you remember when I was like, I think Loki's actually going to be very emotional. And I think he's actually going to be a very sweet guy. He's just not allowed to be because of what they've made him. Do you remember when I said that? Does anyone remember when I had that theory? I fucking said that. I was like, I think the reason Elbaf has branded him a liar is because they think he's one. But he's not. He's not. He's just been forced to be that because Elbaf don't like him. And I was fucking right. I was right. I was even like, I remember even saying, I don't think Loki's eyes are covered because of his devil fruit. I think it's for something else. I was right about that too. I need to go back and see all my theories. Like, someone needs to find that for me. Because I was right. I was right. I was right about everything about Loki, which is insane. I clocked Loki instantly. And also, it's because of Luffy. You know how I said always trust when Luffy likes someone? Always. If Luffy vibes with them and likes them and chills with them, I trust that person because I trust Luffy. I'm saying, guys, you have to trust Luffy. Luffy's always right. There are still people that are trying to deny Luffy, by the way. They're trying to deny that Luffy's correct. And it's like, give it up. Just fucking give it up. Give it up, man. Luffy's right. I was right. I was right. But, yeah, the way I see people debate about Loki over and over about this shit, but when it comes to Ace, everyone understands Ace, but no one is, like, getting Loki. And it's like, this is kind of the same story. Like, Loki was born hated. He was born with everyone despising him. They literally decided Loki's the issue. Anything bad happens to Elbaf, that was Loki. Even if Loki didn't fucking do anything. Like, I just cannot believe people are like, well, Loki should be apologizing. This isn't a whole nation of adults blaming a child for shit that is happening to them. Loki originally was not doing anything. He started doing shit because no one liked him anyways. I just can't believe it, right? I just can't get over it. And it's like, no, I just don't think he should be apologizing. I don't think he should be apologizing when this whole island hates him. They hated him. Even fucking Ace got the grace of his mother's love and hold and touch when he was born. She died, but even he got that. Loki didn't even get that. Like, Loki didn't even get that. That's horrible. I'm sorry. I'm just the #1 Loki defender because I hate the way people talk about him. I hate the way people are like, well, maybe if Loki were a better victim. It's just insane to me. You're literally looking at the victim and saying the victim should be nicer. I just can't believe that, guys. I can't believe that. Maybe if the victim were a perfect victim, I'd feel sorry for him. Shut the fuck up. Loki's a victim of this entire stupid island. Like, goddamn. Luffy will see Loki's eyes and Luffy will say, wow, Loki, they're awesome. And Loki will go, oh. Oh, they're so cute. I know it's gonna happen. I bet you what's gonna happen is Luffy's gonna be like, Loki, your eyes look so cool. And Loki's gonna blush, but he's gonna go, shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Because he's this fucking tsundere. He's gonna go, shut up! I don't believe you! He's just gonna yell, shut up, shut up. I bet that's my next prophecy, but I know that's gonna happen. I know that's gonna happen because that's who Loki is. He's such a tsundere. Shut up! Don't talk about my eyes! I didn't see that, no. The Loki thing. A country of warriors versus a child just born without kneecaps. But also, it's no fucking wonder Loki holds on to Elbaf's warrior ways, because all he has is his strength. That's literally all he has. With Elbaf now phasing out the idea of strength or warriors, they are essentially phasing out Loki. Because that's all he has that is of any kind of benefit to Elbaf. All he has is his strength, because no one wants fucking anything to do with him. So it's like, it's no wonder he's like, ew, these kids who are getting love from their parents, because he never fucking got that. He's literally just upset and depressed and sad and jealous because the one thing he has that Elbaf can see him as a benefit for is being phased out. Like, how horrible is that for him? Not even his strength will mean anything. And he doesn't like his own strength. He clearly doesn't want this strength. I think he sees it as a curse because he can't even kill himself, which is horrible. I think what's going to happen, I don't think Loki's going to join. I think what's going to happen is Elbaf will have to accept him. Because I think Loki likes Elbaf. I really think he does. I think Loki wants to live on Elbaf and wants Elbaf to love him. But they just don't, right? They just don't. And I think Elbaf are going to have to see their prejudice and their ways, right? Of like, I'd say treating people the way they treated Loki needs to be fixed. Because the same thing is with Colin. That's why Colin is so interesting to me. Everyone is like, oh, we're scared of Colin. Colin is a fucking weirdo wild child. Even though Colin sees the other kids as his friends. So Colin doesn't outcast the other kids. But the other kids outcast Colin. And I think it's going to be something to do with you can't just go hard one way and then leave out the other way. Like, you can't just swing on one side all of a sudden. Because what if other people do still have that life? You know what I mean? That's why I think Colin's part of this. I think Hyduden and Loki together are going to lead Elbaf. I think both of them will. I think that would be incredible because I want to see Hyduden and Loki be friends. I want to see them be brothers who love each other. I want them to love each other. I want them to be brothers who can hug. Like, I do think Loki does like Elbaf. They just don't like him, and I think that's the tragedy. But I like Loki and Hyduden. Because Hyduden desires what Loki has, which is strength and royalty, basically. While Loki desires what Hyduden has, which is friendship and love. And a mum that loves him. And it's like, oh, these poor boys, they've been so fucked up, it's not fair. But yeah, a lot of people are comparing Loki to Sanji, but I don't think they do make a good comparison. Because, Sanji was totally outright rejected by his father and his siblings. Loki wasn't rejected, like, he was rejected by his mum, but his father was still there. He was just a bit negligent. But, there's just clear differences between them because Sanji wasn't, like, born hated. That's why I say Ace and Loki are probably closer in parallels to me than Sanji and Loki are. And this is coming from the Sanji girl. Ida's probably dead, yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm thinking about the life they could have had if Ida were allowed to take care of Loki. Oh, little Loki, you could have been so loved. But these stupid fucking Elbaf traditions. Loki was such a cute kid too. That's what pisses me off. He was so... When Ida was like, Loki, come on, I can look after you. Come and live with us. And Loki was like, huh? No. Like, he was... Oh, he's so cute. He was just a little guy. Like, he was, like, flustered, you know? Because he's like... he doesn't understand. He was such an annoying little kid. He was so cute. Pissed me off. And now look at him. He's a big broken princess. Right? Loki doesn't know what it means to receive love. How sad is that? I guess so, Victor, I guess. There's just a difference, I guess, in which one received love and which one didn't, you know? Because Sanji did receive love. It's just the only person who really gave him that love died. But he still remembers her, and that's what's important. Reiju also did love Sanji, but obviously in a discreet way, because she was worried or scared of being punished. Well, Sanji embraced love in the sense that he gave it. All he does is give. But Sanji doesn't understand receiving love either. I can't get over when people were like surprised that in Whole Cake Island Luffy came for Sanji, and Sanji was like, what the fuck? Like, oh my god, why is he here? And everyone was like, and there were people that were like, well, yeah, duh, Sanji. Like, what an idiot. He really thinks Luffy would just leave him? And it's like, guys, that's how much he fucking hates himself. Like, that's how much Sanji hates himself. He can't even understand that Luffy would want to come to get him. He didn't even expect that. People talk about it like it's a plot hole or some shit, or like Sanji's an idiot. And it's like, no, bitch. That's called self-hatred. It's called self-hatred. He genuinely did not expect anyone to want to come after him. Not even Luffy, because he doesn't think he's valuable enough. Like, how fucking crazy is that? This is a joke. If Zoro were at Whole Cake Island, he would have impregnated Sanji. Can't get married when you're baby locked. I'm so sorry. Bitch. Oh, I gotta get my fringe cut. It's just about to hit past my eyes, or hit my eyes. Why do people think if Zoro saw Sanji kicking Luffy, he'd cut Sanji? Because they think Zoro's just a slobbering dog who doesn't have a mind of his own, and Luffy's like his owner. Even though Sanji has kicked Luffy in front of Zoro before, and Zoro just didn't do shit. I love that. I've talked about this. I love that scene because of how much it confuses those types of people. It confuses the fuck out of them. Oh, what the hell was that? Okay, that was weird. It confuses the fuck out of them. They like, I've seen Reddit posts that were like, why didn't Zoro do anything? When Sanji kicked Luffy in Water 7, why didn't he do anything? And it comes down to, they decide Zoro thinks Sanji isn't worth it, or Oda wrote him out of character in that moment. Those are the two choices that they land on. They can't in their minds even fathom it's because Zoro thinks Sanji's right. Because he thinks Sanji's correct in the action he is doing, which is kicking Luffy off of Usopp and saying, shut the fuck up. Think about what you're saying. It's just so funny. But of course, if Zoro were there and he saw what was happening in Whole Cake Island, he would be frustrated because, like Luffy, he would probably be like, what the fuck is going on? Why isn't he saying shit? Because the reason Nami reacted the way she reacted is because she was hurt. Hi, Aaron. But the reason Nami reacted the way she reacted is because she was hurt, because she was there when Sanji got kidnapped. She literally fell to her knees and cried for him when he got kidnapped. she vouched for him, she defended him, and then suddenly they go and get him and he beats Luffy up. We know why, of course, and Luffy knows why, but Nami has trust issues. Yeah, we have to remember where Nami came from, right? And what has happened to Nami. That hurt Nami dearly, that she had to witness that. It scared her. It terrified her to see that. That's why she reacted the way she did. Oh my god, that's Brittany's glorp! Oh, glorp comfy. And I do think, like, Zoro would be upset, but I don't think he would outright reject Sanji the way Nami did. He'd be upset because he'd be like, why the fuck isn't he telling us something? I guarantee you if Zoro were on Whole Cake Island, it would be, no, I'm not sitting and waiting, I'm just gonna go get him. That's why I think, that's like, why I think he couldn't be in Whole Cake Island. Because Zoro would be like, I'm not waiting, I'm just gonna go get him. Because so many people think Zoro just does what Luffy says. No, the fuck he doesn't. No, the fuck he doesn't. Like, not many, like, many characters will veto Luffy. They don't all do what Luffy says all the time, unless Luffy is fucking dead set serious. Right? So Luffy would be like, I'm sitting here and waiting because I made a promise with him. But Zoro would be like, I'm not doing that. I'm gonna go get him. And then that would cause more fucking problems. Because Sanji's trying to get them out of there. He doesn't want anything to do with them because he's worried he's going to drag them into his bullshit. And then that's going to get them hurt or killed. That's the whole reason any of that was happening. But yeah, because a lot of people are confused about Nami and they're like, why did Nami react the way she did? When what happened in Along Park, what she did in Along Park. Along Park is one of the reasons why she reacted the way she did. Nami has insane trust issues. It took her a long time to have to trust the Straw Hats, right? So, again, crying for someone like Sanji and regretting what happened, like that kept her up at night. And then getting there, and then Sanji isn't happy to see you. He doesn't want you there. He's kicking your captain. He's telling you to leave. He's saying, you no good scumbag pirates. Of fucking course she was hurt. That's the most reasonable reaction Nami has in the world. The reaction Luffy had, we have to remember Luffy's incredibly emotionally intelligent. Incredibly so. Luffy is the one, this is why he's the captain. Because Luffy's understanding this shit. Nami was really hurt in that moment. Which what Sanji wanted, by the way. Sanji wanted that because he wanted her to leave and not forgive him. So she could be safe. But it's like, I think we forget Luffy's an anomaly. I think we forget Luffy's an incredibly emotionally mature person, and that's what makes him the MC of this universe. Like, because he emotionally understands people on a fundamental level. Other characters do not. Luffy is... This is why he's the captain. So I think people see Luffy's reaction and they go, why didn't Nami react like that? Because Nami's not fucking Luffy, is she? Is she? Like, wow, damn. I don't know, I'm defending Nami because I hate the way people talk about Nami in Whole Cake Island. They act like she's an idiot, and it's like the reaction Nami had is the most understandable human reaction you could ever fucking have in that situation. Which is being hurt and upset. She was literally crying, yelling at Sanji, okay, we'll leave, please, just stop just stop fighting. She was like screaming at him to stop. And he wasn't stopping. Because Sanji was trying to seal the deal. Of fucking course she was angry and upset and hurt. Like, it's just such a reasonable reaction for her to have. Nami, get behind me. But of course, what gets me is even throughout Whole Cake Island, we see that Nami wasn't truly serious about what she said to Sanji. We see that Nami still missed Sanji because she's still worrying about him. And she does still want to help him. Like when she says to Sanji, I don't forgive you. I'm not gonna forgive you. And then she says, but it's nice to hear you're fine. And then what happens? Sanji sees Nami again on the ship, right? When they're fighting Big Mom or trying to get away from Big Mom. And Nami hugs him! She hugs him and cries because she's just so happy to have him back. She didn't even mean it when she slapped him and said, well, we're leaving then. Goodbye forever. She didn't even mean that. She was just upset. It's just so obvious. She just had a knee-jerk reaction of being upset because who fucking wouldn't in that situation? Like, who wouldn't in that situation? It's just such a human reaction to me is what gets me. Exactly, it felt real. Nami's reaction felt real. Because if you're in Nami's situation, you wouldn't go, back in Arlong Park, I did this. You would just immediately be upset, wouldn't you? You'd just be hurt. The same way Zoro was in Zoro. When he found out Sanji left and left a note and he was getting married, and Zoro was like, we don't need him! Get rid of him! Get rid of him! Leave him over there! We don't need him! We don't need him! And when Luffy was like, no, I'm gonna go get him, and Zoro said, well, I said leave him! Zoro was fucking pissed. But he didn't mean it, did he? He was just upset. Like, he was just upset, man. He was mad because his fucking, chew toy wasn't waiting for him in Zoro. He was like, I've been waiting all this time to fight with that fuckhead. And he up and left. Fuck that guy. Get rid of him. We don't need him. Who needs him? But then he missed him anyway because Luffy called his ass out. Haha. Haha. I love you, Luffy. You're worried about him, aren't you? What a fucking loser. Sorry. Sanji is Nami's little guy. I know, it's so cute. When I was reading Whole Cake Island and when I got to Zone Whole Cake Island and Nami was one of like the main characters for it and one of the characters defending Sanji and vouching for Sanji and wanting to save Sanji, I was like, yes! Yes! Because I love them. I love their dynamic. And so many people are so weird about Nami and Sanji's dynamic. They act like Sanji and Nami don't know each other personally. It's so fucking weird. So when we got to Whole Cake Island and Nami was one of the main characters there to help Sanji, I was like, thank God! Thank God! I love them, thank God. Nami also never hurt them when she betrayed them in Arlong Park. That much is also true. I do remember saying that. I remember also saying when Nami did what she did in Arlong Park, she took measures to not hurt anybody. The most she did was kick the fuck out of Zoro! A bit based, but that's the most she did. Sorry, this is why people think I hate Zoro, because he gets beaten up. But when Sanji gets beaten up, I cheer as well. Whatever. I cheered when Nami slapped Sanji. Am I allowed to? I'm sorry. Again, not because I'm going, yeah, get him, Nami, just because I like seeing, I like seeing Sanji beat up. I like the pain. I like the pain and the devastation. They're my chew toys. I'm sorry, I'm a freak. I'm a weirdo. I'm bouncing off the fucking walls tonight. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know what's wrong with me. I think because I had a good day yesterday and now I'm working and now I'm happy. I had a big sleep as well. I'm like a kid that had a nap and now I'm really energized. And I'm seeing Spider-Man, Superman tomorrow, so I'm excited about that. I was up all night talking about evolution. I have to show you guys my favorite, because let me explain something. So, like, we know Darwin, right? We all know Darwin. But then there was Lamarck, who was also studying evolution at the time. Right? And I remember, because my dad's a biology teacher, right? Or he used to be, he's retired. My dad's a biology teacher. And this image, Lamarck was incorrect about his theories about evolution. Okay? However, I get this. This is my problematic opinion. I understand this. So basically what Lamarck said is, like, the more a giraffe would stretch its neck to try and get something, it would just evolve like that. And of course, that's not how evolution works. But it says, original short-necked ancestor keeps stretching neck to reach leaves higher up on tree, and stretching until neck becomes progressively longer, driven by inner need. This is One Piece shit, by the way. However, I remember when I was showing this when I was like 14 in biology class, right? And the teacher was explaining, this is why this doesn't make sense, and this is why this is not true, and this is why this was like an actual disproven theory. And then I was looking at this at home, because I had homework on it, right? And my dad was explaining to me, again, why it doesn't make sense. But I was like, but I get it. Like, but I get it. Like, but it makes sense to me. I get it. You know? Driven by an inner need. Bro, it wants to get the tree, it wants to get the leaves on the tree, it stretches its neck. Neck gets long. Bitch, that makes sense. Like, it makes sense to me. But, it's not correct. And that's my problematic, like, idea. My problematic, opinion. That this Lamarck's theory makes sense to me. To this day, I'm like, what's wrong with this? Explain that. Exactly, giraffe can't get ladder, so evolves neck. Driven by inner need. This giraffe just has the willpower. Giraffe developed conquerors. But I get it. I understand Lamarck. Not everyone did, but I did. Yeah, the correct theory is just some were born, obviously, with the trait of a longer neck. And those ones had the most offspring, and then they had offspring, and blah, 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 blah. Hello. This all came about because I saw that reel about seals having fingernails because we share a common ancestor, and a seal's like bones with fingernails looks like ours. And now it's kind of become a hyperfixation for me. Now I'm kind of fixating on evolution. Because I'm like, what else is out there that I don't know? Like, what other common ancestors do we have out there? By the way, this is like a petty thing of me. Every single fucking time I talk about this scene, or I'll ever mention this scene, I will always make sure to mention Sanji was there too. You know why? Because everyone fucking... They forget. They actively choose to remove him from the scene when they talk about it. I refuse to do that. I need to remind people Sanji did that too. Because they always talk about this scene like it was just Zoro that did this. And it's like, I'm not letting you remove Sanji from that. I'm not letting you do that. He was part of it. The reason Zoro even got the deal he got was because Sanji stepped forward and said, no, kill me instead. And then Zoro stopped Sanji because he was like, I can't let him die. And then Kuma looked between them and said, well, I can't kill anyone now. That's dishonorable. Like, they talk about this scene like Zoro just got the bubble deal. No, the fuck he didn't. He got the bubble deal because Kuma was watching these two characters and just how much they will do for their crew. And Kuma went, well, fuck, I can't kill you now, can I? I can't just take your head now. Which is why I hate the loyalty talks. And it's like, why the fuck do you leave out the rest of the crew? Why is Zoro specifically the most loyal one? Like, I hate it. I'm sorry. And it's like, all the Straw Hats are loyal. You fucking idiots. I don't know why Zoro is the one that is specifically the most loyal, like it's a fucking competition. It is so bizarre to me. They take it as an aura moment, right? Yeah, who's replaceable? Fucking no one. No one! That's what Water 7's about, bitch! Water 7 is like so many people's favorite arc, and yet they don't seem to remember the message of it. It's insane. No one left behind. No man, woman, or reindeer. Or any, beautiful non-binary crewmate. Unless they choose to, i.e. Bonchan. No man, woman, cyborg, fishman. Mutated Germa prince. Gum gum. Moss. No man, woman, or moss left behind. But yeah, I will always make sure to mention Sanji here because, one, I'm a Sanji fan. Two, I've noticed when a lot of people talk about this scene, they just remove Sanji. Like, they like cut him out. It is so fucking weird. It's genuinely just like, do you just not like him? It's gotta be because they don't like him. Right? Because he's important. He's insanely important to the scene. Like, this scene was so big with Sanji being there that it became a secret between Zoro and Sanji. This scene is a secret between Zoro and Sanji. Robin and Brook know, but they're not telling anyone. Because they know it's not their secret to tell. They just witnessed it or heard about it, but they're not going to tell anybody. That's not their secret to tell. D's! Thank you for the sub. I sigh wearily. Yeah, or they think whatever Sanji was doing here is like, well, he's not strong enough, he's not strong enough. Which again is why I always remind people the deal of the bubble wasn't there yet. What these two are doing are trying to put their heads on the line so the other one doesn't die and Luffy doesn't die. There is absolutely no bubble deal right now. And again, I think they forget that. Because I have legit seen the argument he knocks Sanji out because he thinks Sanji can't deal with the bubble. I've seen that. And it's like, but the bubble deal had not yet been made. What the fuck are you talking about? It's about their lives right now. It's not about a bubble. There is no bubble deal. Well, I talk about it in the video. Now that we've seen Kuma's story, that bubble deal has really changed. Because when I talk about it in the video, like I said, but when I first saw the bubble deal in Thriller Bark, it just felt kind of like cruel. You know, like, well, I can't let you off like with nothing. You have to go through something, basically. Someone has to get severely injured. But now we know. This is what Kuma had been doing all his life. Kuma had been taking people's injuries and pain and putting it upon himself. Basically, the bubble deal is Kuma saying, if you truly, truly, truly do want to take on like your captain's burdens and your captain's pains, you will step into this bubble. Because this is something Kuma has been doing for people all his life. Taking on people's pains, taking on their burdens. Taking on any kind of conflict, put in that bubble, right? So Kuma is watching these, because Zoro by all means could have just not done that. He could have just stepped away and not done that. He didn't have to keep his word. But what would happen? The pain will go back to Luffy. That's the rule of the bubble. The pain has to go somewhere. We were told that, right? We were told that in Egghead. So if Zoro didn't step in that bubble, that would have gone back and affected Luffy. And Luffy would have gotten all that pain back. So now, this whole scene has been changed. Because now we know this isn't Kuma just being like cruel or a tyrant, you know? Like it's not him just being like, well, you can't just be let off the hook. It's basically him saying, I can see you care about your crew and your captain, but if you really, really care that much and you want to do as much as you say, you will burden his pain. That's how you will save him, right? Like this whole scene has been changed to me. You will shoulder his pain and his burdens. Exactly. Are you able to carry this burden? Like this entire scene is oh, One Piece is so fucking good. This entire scene has been changed now. The entire scene has been changed. Because like Luffy doesn't feel any pain after this. He's like, wow, I'm up and ready. And that's exactly what Kuma has been doing all his life, taking people's pains. So this is not just a scene of weird cruelty anymore. This is now a scene of Kuma saying, this is what I do every day for people. This is what I shoulder every day. Now you will do that for your captain, if you truly care that much. Because again, Zoro didn't have to do that. He could have just walked away. And he didn't. Zoro did it. And in doing so, he saved Luffy from any kind of pain. But I talk about it in this video. I talk about how this whole scene has been changed because of what we know now. Because it just seems scary, right? When we first saw it, it seemed terrifying. Now, when I look at Zoro stepping into that bubble, I see something different now. It's like bittersweet. And it's something that I know Kuma was doing every Sunday. Every Sunday, Kuma was doing what Zoro was doing. How fucking crazy is that? Oh god, I love One Piece, and this is one of the reasons. This is one of the reasons, because the more information we get given, the more you can reread this series and go, holy fuck. Like, this whole scene has been changed now. It's why we even saw it again, by the way. Remember in Egghead, we got a recap of this scene? That's why we got a recap of this scene. Because Oda's pointing to it and saying, hey, remember this? This means something else now. Oh, I love One Piece. But also, two crewmates trying to shoulder the burdens of their captain. Obviously, Kuma's looking at that and going, fuck. Fuck, they're just like me for real. The chapter officially comes out tomorrow night. Technically for me. At like 2 AM tomorrow for me. So that's when it's going to be read. If you ever want to know when I'm going to read a chapter, look on Shonen Jump or Viz and look at when the chapter's going to come out. I only read the officials. I understand, Zora, because, like, this is me when I have to do my floor exercises. I felt this same pain, I'm just saying. Not because it hurts, just because it's boring. That's what I look like when I'm bored. Also, fan translations are fine, it's just that they're leaks. I don't like leaks. I would be fucking fine with the fan translations if they weren't leaks. I've talked about it before. I'm fine with piracy. Yo-ho piracy. Wink. I just don't fucking like leaks. I hate leaks. I always have. Because I think having two sources of translation is good. I think that's a good thing to have. I just wish it didn't have to be leaks that were the other fucking translation source. Especially because you can tell they're rushed and they're not double checked. I remember on Twitter I had to explain the difference between pirating and leaks. Because people were like, oh, she doesn't want to pirate the pirate manga. Oh, hang on, I'll read that in a second. I was like, no, you fucking idiots. Leaks are not pirating. Because leaks come out before the officials and there's literally no fucking reason to pirate the pirate manga when you can read the new chapters for free. The new chapters drop at the exact same time Japan gets them. We are getting them at the exact same time as the source, right? The source country, for free. Why the fuck do we need to pirate that? That's not pirating. Usually you pirate things because you either can't pay for them or because they're inaccessible. That's why you pirate things a lot of the time. Or because you don't want to pay for them, you know? Sometimes pirating can also be a form of protest for something. Why the fuck do you have to pirate the fucking chapters? Like, what? What are you pirating? There's nothing to pirate. They're accessible and they're free. And they come out at the exact same fucking time as Japan. You are reading leaks. You're not pirating shit. Doo-doo. The source. Have you ever seen the YouTuber Yantu? They make One Piece figures and now making cool edits of existing figures that aren't quite right. No, I haven't. I don't tend to watch many YouTubers, but I can have a look at them. Not now, of course, because I'm working. But no, I haven't. I'm sorry, boring answer for the super chat, but thank you for the super chat. Great job, Junior. So you pirated a free product? Literally, fucking literally. You pirated a free, incredibly accessible product. Because some people were saying, well, pirating did this, pirating did that. And it's like, guys, I like pirating. The reason we have anime and manga accessible now is because of pirating. The reason they're accessible now is because so many people pirated it back in the 2000s, right? 90s to 2000s. And that showed that there was an audience in these countries for anime and manga, right? The goal of pirating is to get to a point where we can access it easily. It's a whole other thing if you can't pay for something, right? If you can't pay for something, go ahead. Do the totally legal thing and don't pirate it. But if it's accessible and free and coming out at the exact same fucking time as the source material, what the fuck are you pirating it for? Again, it's not pirating, it's leaks. I just don't think people know the difference. It's actually been driving me insane. Because let me get one thing straight. Pirating is not harmful, that's a lie. Leaks are harmful. Leaks are harmful. Pirating, not harmful. Leaks, harmful. They are two different things. Pirating's not harmful. And the reason pirating's not harmful is because usually if someone is pirating it, they're not going to buy it anyway. Pirating, there's absolutely been no proof that pirating is harmful. Because what pirating is it's people saying, we've lost this much money because of people pirating our product. If you pirate something, then you're not buying the product. You know what I mean? A lot of people who pirate things is because they can't get the product. Don't get me wrong, you can use pirating to do stuff like protesting, right? But if it's like anime or manga, pirating does not tend to be harmful, no. Again, pirating is what's supposed to lead to things being accessible. Like what we have now, free chapters at the same time as Japan, accessible in nearly every country. That's the goal. That's what we wanted. We're gonna fucking lose that if people don't stop with leaks. I want to play Marvel Rivals. You wouldn't download a car. Piracy a lot of the time is there to, like I said, pressure things into being accessible or into being cheaper. That's like the point of it. Piracy is truly only harmful to the 1%. Like, it really is. But piracy is actually good for a lot of reasons because it actually keeps things alive. Piracy is really good for media... what's the word I'm looking for? Media reservation. The reason we've managed to save a lot of things or still have a lot of things, especially online, is because of piracy. Like, piracy, there's truly nothing dangerous or bad about piracy unless it damages the already rich. The reason leaks absolutely fucking suck is because you are throwing out fandom time and energy, right? You are getting two different areas of fans right now, like the leaks and the officials, that are incredibly annoying. But also the people that are like with jobs regarding leaks or regarding the originals are at risk of fucking losing their jobs because if leaks are coming out, they're like, well, what's the point of paying the people doing the officials anyways? The whole point is leaks coming first is the issue. Piracy tends to come second, right? So let's say they release, like, if you release a movie in theaters, such as Superman, most people will go to the theater to see that simply because that's where they can see it. A pirated edition will usually not be available for a long time after that, or if it is available, it's very choppy and it's very poor quality. People don't usually want to watch that, right? But if the Superman movie is leaked digitally before it goes into theaters, guess who it's fucking affecting? It's affecting the release day of the movie. That's the point. And then they're gonna be like, why the fuck should we keep making this? I want One Piece to continue to be accessible to everyone on the official sites and people to get paid to translate it, right? I want Stephen Paul to get paid to translate One Piece. And it's just insane because they've literally given it to us for free now. So it's like, why the fuck do we need leaks at all at this point? Leaks also affect if someone's going to read it officially or not, buy it officially or not. And a lot of the time when it comes to pirating, again, pirating comes after, not before. It's the fact that leaks are before any official release that damages it. Like anyone who works in the creative field, especially media field, will tell you leaks fucking suck because they basically upend everyone's hard work on a project. But piracy is good for preserving their project. Piracy is actually fantastic for preservation. The One Piece leaks come out because all convenience stores all over Japan get Shonen Jump. So the chapter of One Piece is released in Shonen Jump. Before Shonen Jump is even on the shelves, right? Because the way it works is all Shonen Jump needs to be delivered all across Japan, right? It all needs to be delivered across Japan. So the people working at these convenience stores basically take a copy, a physical copy, before it's even on shelves to be bought by the general public, and will just take it home and take photos of it and leak it. So it's very, very much incredibly illegal, which is why all these leakers are anonymous or will never reveal any face or names, because it's very much something that you genuinely cannot be doing, like, seriously by law. And this isn't like you wouldn't steal a car kind of shit. This is like that's genuinely shit that will put you in jail for real. There have been leakers that have like been fined and gone to jail before. Wouldn't download a Monkey D. Luffy. Pend your cakes, it's at the cost of your job. Like, these people are literally risking their jobs to do this shit. Because they are not supposed to be taking a copy or buying it at all. You're meant to be keeping it in the back of your store and unpacking it on the day of release. So it's like, you can do that if you want, but if they ever catch you, you will be fired and you will be probably going to court. It's just not worth it, in my opinion. Like, just wait, my goodness. That's also how the Mario Party game got leaked as well, I believe. Because people who were working at those game stores were just taking the physical copy home with them. And they weren't supposed to be doing that. Yeah, they have security cameras in the workplace, but obviously these people know where to steal one out of the box, you know? But yeah, leaks are not preserving anything. They're just ruining the fucking hype of the release date. I hate them. And this isn't just like One Piece, I've talked about this. Pokemon. I hate Pokemon leaks. Because one of my favorite aspects of Pokemon was not knowing anything about the Pokemon apart from what Nintendo showed you. And then playing the game and discovering the Pokemon. Now before the games are even fucking out, we have every single Pokemon in the region shown to us. And I'm like, I don't want to know this shit. Mr. DCA, don't say anything else, please. I don't, like, just don't even mention it. Good, Mr. DCA, good. I'm just worried if we go into that territory, someone will let it slip, you know? I was gonna say, I purged my official Discord of leaks. I said no more leaks. No more leaks are allowed in this Discord because I'm sick of them. And it's been so comfortable. It's been so comfortable now. I genuinely feel like there's been less infighting from people because of it. Because now people are forced to wait for the whole official chapter. And they're not discussing things through fucking dot points anymore. Yep, only subs and Patreon supporters. Brigley, I don't know why that didn't pop up, but thank you for the donation. Also, the officials, when they come out, genuinely, they're worded better. I'm sorry, they're just worded better. Like, a lot of the fights that happen around chapters is because the leak translations are not very good. Because a lot of them are either wrong or are translated quite poorly, which again, I think it's because they're rushed and they don't have many checks of, like, translators. You know what I mean? Because I remember when Hiyori did her speech about, oh my god, I forgot his name. The fucker in Wano. The Hydra in Wano. She did a speech about him. And she- Orochi, thank you. Oh, thank you for this sub. She did her speech about Orochi. And the leak translation made it, like, weirdly malicious. And made her sound not quite right. In the official translation, it was clearly a lot better summed up. Greg, if you start doing that, I'm genuinely gonna kick you from the Discord. This is not a joke. Like, it's not a joke, Brigley. I'm serious. It's not funny. Stop. Petrol, you can't join if you have a gifted sub. I'm sorry, you'll be kicked if you join. Don't listen to them. Greg, don't make me have to kick you from my own Discord. No, you can't join if you have the gifted sub. And we've talked about this. It's not a joke anymore, Brig. If you start doing that, you're gonna get kicked from the Discord. I appreciate it, but you can't do that. Because it's more of a headache for me, okay? Now, what were we talking about? In the unofficial translations, the leaks, it made it sound like Hiyori was, like, insane and malicious. But when it came to the officials, it made more sense because it was Odin. She was quoting Odin, right? She was doing a pun. And it was obvious in the officials that this was a pun, right? But for some reason in the unofficials, it made her sound insane. And it started a whole fight. Thank you, Votakun. I really, really appreciate it. That's how you do it. Look, the Discord drama is we just had a breach of like privacy. And it's already a headache to manage that Discord because I already have a lot of things to do, right, in my life. And I already have a lot of time taken up right now. And I do not want majority of my time taken up by who should and shouldn't be in that Discord. I'm not doing it. Which is why it's better if you all just behave. Just behave and I don't have to do anything. It's more so I have two different ways that people join the Discord, and one of them I have to do manually. And if I had to do both manually, and if I have to fucking check every single person that enters that Discord and their background, I'm done, mate. I can't do that. It's too much time. I wish the other one didn't have to be manually, but it is. It's Patreon. Patreon's manual. I have to manually send a link every time because there's no other way for me to do that. The non-manual way is subbing on Twitch with your own sub. Brig, do you feel bad? Is that why you did that? You're still in the naughty corner. You're still in the naughty corner, but you better be nice. But yes, if you've subbed with your own sub, you can find Patreon, you can find Discord through your Twitch link. You have to pay the troll toll to get into it. Yeah, the troll toll. I love the troll toll. It genuinely stops the riffraff from entering the Discord just to cause problems. Because I've seen so many Discords where they just let anybody in. They're a fucking mess. They're such a mess. And it's like, no, there needs to be some kind of gate here. Because a lot of people will join just to be annoying. Not my Discord, but in like free Discords. Like, you have to be dedicated. Let's see if I can get to 15 minutes today. Leaks in the Discord just made it like a Reddit fucking thread. There was just people fighting all the time. Even Sarah, because Sarah doesn't read One Piece. She's not into One Piece, right? She'd sometimes go into the Leaks server in my Discord, in the Leaks channel in my server, and see people, what they say. And she was like, Mel, is this normal? She was like, why are they so angry? And I was like, I just don't know. I just don't know. Sabaki, don't do it. The demon's inside of me. The demon's inside of me. Don't do it. Oh shit, that reminds me.
Yeah.
Aw, thank you for the subs. Random shit, are you serious? Are you saying that just to piss me off? Why the fuck would I be a Zionist? What the fuck? Ah! I'm assuming that's rage bait. Sorry, I just look over and I see that. Of course I'm not a fucking Zionist. What is wrong with you? I don't know. Are you saying that to just be annoying, or are you genuinely thinking that? Where's that come from? Dear God. Like, the thing is, it's like, if it's bait, that's also kind of disgusting. That so-called bait is just like... That's not bait, you know what I mean? That's just disgusting. Mr. DCA, just drop him then. Yeah, it's YouTube chat. This is what I mean. Do you remember when I said to you guys, rage bait is not rage bait? It's literally just saying something that is honestly gross and then going, guys, it's rage bait. And it's like, that's not rage bait. Like...
Yeah.
Thank you, Awesome Zach, for the sub. It really is the new Just a Prank. I haven't said anything back to it. Hang on, I'm just gonna delete that then. It's just, why the fuck would you say that? Whoops. Rage bait is like, live action Sanji was good. That's rage bait. Because it's just an opinion that harms no one except for me.
Howdy do, boys.
Mr. DCA, that's not your problem. Just fucking leave him. We don't find it the Baratios, oh god. Whoops. Rage bait is Zoro's the first mate. Oh. Don't get me started. See, this is all rage bait. Because they're just harmless opinions, but they suck. They fucking suck. But random shit, why would you just assume that? Right? Especially with me, when I have been very outspoken, especially here on my streams, about how fucking disgusting the genocide has been. How disgusting and horrible the conditions are in Gaza and what Israel has been doing to Gaza. Why would you just assume that of me? Like, it's actually genuinely, like, upsetting. Because I'm like, do I have to change something so you don't assume that of me? Like, why did you think that? Did I do something? Do I need to change something? Or is the bar just that fucking low? That you just think that because I'm online? That's why. It's like, why would you say that? And that's why the knee-jerk reaction was, what?
Howdy do, boys.
Well, random shit. Do not assume that shit. Maybe instead ask.
Howdy do, boys.
Maybe ask, you know, instead of just assuming someone's a Zionist. Because that's like a fucking step off from being a Nazi. You realize that, right? Like, truly it is. Like, I'm sorry, it's just a disgusting thing to assume about someone. Well, look, the reason I'm having such a reaction is because I'm like concerned. Because I'm like, I'm worried. I was worried I did or I said something that made this person think that. So I was like, what did I say? Because of course, if I did say something, I want to change that. But now I'm seeing it was just an assumption that you should not have all made. Which is just a horrible, horrible assumption. I'm sorry. It is the same thing. Hi, Thrash. But I will, hang on. Before we move on, I do want to say something. Why would you assume that and then still be in my chat watching my streams? If you thought that was the case. Because I can tell you now, I'm immediately turned off from anyone who is a Zionist. I don't want to engage with their content point blank. So that's equally bizarre to me. Crystal Phoenix, you need to go and like educate yourself. I'm serious. Go online, look at politics, like world news politics. I have a feeling you're probably like, what, 15? If you're asking this, like, please. Where you're from, you get hated for not... What? Okay, I'm deleting that. I'm sorry, I'm deleting that and I'm timing you out. Because, I'm sorry, I don't want you in my chat. Sorry. Listen, if I know you're that young, I don't want you here. I'm sorry. It's not the content for you. Nothing against you, you just should not be here. If someone didn't speak about it in the last 3 years, you don't care. What do you mean you don't care if someone didn't speak about it in the last 3 years? Wait. Sorry, are you saying that if someone didn't speak about Palestine in the last 3 years then you don't care, even though you're totally missing the fact that the whole situation has changed drastically in these past 3 years? Is that what you're saying? Like, don't get me wrong, it was still horrible what was happening, but the reason it's now gotten such a global light on it is because Please do not watch my channel. I timed them out. I didn't kick them. They can still see the chat. Like, they can still see the stream. Also, it is not my job to educate children. It's just not my job. But, the reason, like, it's so talked about now is obviously because in these past 3 years, the situation has changed drastically. Drastically. So I feel like that's kind of throwing aside a major point. Right? To be like, we didn't care in the last 3 years. In the last 3 years, it wasn't a genocide of this level, was it? Like, it was still bad, but it certainly wasn't like an actual Holocaust. Like, I'm sorry, that's just kind of a ridiculous thing to say. It's just, I don't know, just... I'm sorry, you come into my chat and then you assume I'm a Zionist, which is just absolutely crazy. And then you say, well, you didn't care 3 years ago. As if it was the exact same climate 3 years ago. And then you still watched my stream, even though you for some reason assumed. Which is why it's like, where is this coming from? I don't know. I just feel like there are things that you need to think about. There's only Zim as a mod on YouTube. Thrash, I can make you a mod if you want, but I don't think that would have changed this situation. I mean, obviously this is important shit to talk about. The reason I'm even talking about it is because, again, I was really worried that I had said something that had made people, like, that I said something that was bigoted, that I didn't even realize, that made someone think that, which is why I was like, I need to know why this assumption is being made. And then I found out it's just an assumption for kind of no reason. Well, I guess lessons were learned on the other side, I suppose. I mean, I'm sorry people in the Netherlands are just kind of fascists, according to you. I'm not sure how true that really is. But, please do not make that assumptions about people. I'm not gonna kick you out, but, like, you should not be making that assumption of people. You can try that out. Hang on, I forgot how to do this. Fuck, hang on. Look, I'm just happy that I didn't say or do something. Like, honestly, I'm just relieved that I didn't say or do something that made this assumption made. Because that was genuinely what I was, like, super, super worried about. Because, of course, as you guys know, I'm very careful about what I say and what I do. Because I want this, like, space and this community to be finally, like, molded so it feels safe. And so people know my, like, belief on things. So if I ever say something that doesn't feel right or tilts into an area that feels red flaggish, that's what I'm worried about. I'm incredibly worried about that happening. Filler is what I'm gonna do to Sanji. Fuck, how do I make people mods? Find a comment. Add. Oh, it's that easy? There you go, Thrash. I've now got 2 YouTube mods. But there's another lesson learned. Guys, if I ever find out you were like young and you're in my chat, I'm probably going to like kick you from the chat. You can still watch the stream. This is just not a space for you. I'm not a babysitter. I'm sorry, I don't want kids here. Like, I can't control that, but I just don't want kids here. Random shit, it's okay. Just I was worried. I was just worried I did or said something that made you assume that, and that's why I had such a knee-jerk reaction to that. But also because what the fuck, I don't ever want to be assumed to be a fucking scientist. Never. I want to do everything possible to prevent anyone even thinking that, you know what I mean? Because of just, you know, the horrible atrocities that are happening. Like, how I don't ever want anyone to think I'm on the side of the fucking atrocities. And the rest of you should also, I think like that. At least that's what I think. I think that's how you grow. I think if someone thinks something of you like that, you should be asking, why? What did I do? Puppy kicking Mel. Damn, how did you know? Clipped and shipped. Words said by an Italian TV presenter. Fucking Christ. Seriously? Jeez. But see, that's why it's like, that shit is just... That's why it's like, I don't ever want to be grouped with those kinds of fucking people. Ever. Mama Mad Dog, is that a pun? His brain would have melted. I need to find... when Perona said he's a tyrant. I have found actually that more kids do watch through YouTube. And I just think it's because the interface for YouTube is friendlier than Twitch. Like when I was doing my Mario Party streams, there were so many kids that popped up, and they were from YouTube, and it's like, it just has to be because YouTube has like the more integration friendly website. We were talking about leaks and just got insanely sidetracked. Anyway, what I do want to say is I've talked about this a lot, but like, world politics is still important. They're still important. The reason I'm like not like stopping myself from talking about it is because I don't want to be like, oh man, I just don't want to talk about it, guys. No, you should be talking about it. So we actually do have these conversations. Like, you know that whole thing, and it's like, well, you can disagree on some things and still be friends. I truly do not believe that about, like, politics. Because politic opinions tend to be, one side is, this is very vague, but it tends to be one side is, actually, I do believe people should be able to live and exist, and they should get help. They should get help to exist. And the other side is, I don't believe that, actually. Also, we should kill children. Like, you know what I mean? Like, bitch, I can't be friends with that. I just cannot be friends with that. I don't even want to talk to that. You know what I mean? Like, I hate that whole, like, oh, you just don't talk about politics. I think you should talk about politics, actually. That's what you get with One Piece. That's why people say One Piece isn't political. And it's like, I feel like the reason they say that is because One Piece's politics do not align with theirs. And it makes them uncomfortable. Because you have a lot of people who are like homophobic, for example. They like One Piece. And those are the people that will say One Piece isn't political. And it's like, I just think you're saying that because what One Piece says politics-wise doesn't align with you. And I think that's why you don't want to say it, because everything that One Piece is disagrees with you. And it makes them uncomfortable. I saw that Jubilee random shit. Oh, fuck. Did you guys see that? I saw that. It was like one, what was it? It was like one liberal or some shit versus like 20 conservatives or whatever the fuck it was. But they weren't like conservatives. They were like fascists. Like they were like hardcore fascist bigots, and they just put this one guy. They put like one guy up against like 20 Nazis, and they basically gave 20 Nazis a platform for them to just talk their shit. And it's like, of course, if you put one guy against 20 people, it's gonna make the 20 people look like the winners. It's just dog whistle shit, you know what I mean? Like, it was actually horrible. I saw that. It was horrible. debate-wise, he actually won, of course, but you're still giving them a fucking platform. Why not equal amount of people on each side? Because how dare you level the playing field. Jubilee did a video with conservative trans women. You see? You see? Nah, that shit's cooked. That is so cooked. That is alt-right pipeline type shit. That is shit that will quite... Like, do you remember back in the day we had, like, fail compilations, and the fail compilations were usually, a lot of the time, women or queer women or women of color being upset because someone was talking to them, usually a white man, a cishet white man was talking to them about, like, horrible, like, things of, like, their right. Yeah, social justice warrior own compilations. Those. Anyone remember those? I remember watching them when I was younger. And even when I was younger, I remember thinking, this doesn't feel right. This feels wrong. Because I remember you'd hear what they're talking about, and it was literally the woman getting upset was because they're literally talking to her about her life and her rights like they're just a discussion. While the other side was like, you know, just being straight up like devil's advocate, as they say. I'm sorry, I hate that term. And it was literally just discussing this person's rights in front of them and being like, haha, look at how emotional they get. I'm sorry, I hate that. I hate that. Like, that was pipeline shit. That's pipeline content. Devil's advocate is, let me be an devil's advocate of an opinion that doesn't affect me. Right? That's what a devil's advocate is, and that's why I don't like that. I don't like that term, because a devil's advocate is just, what if I say an opinion and this whole thing doesn't affect me at all? That tends to be what a devil's advocate is. And then they turn to the person getting emotional and going, I'm winning the debate because I'm not emotional. No shit, you're not emotional. It doesn't affect you. Whatever we're talking about does not affect you personally, your life or your rights or your body. Of course you're not going to be emotional because it doesn't matter what happens, like, with this to you. Nothing about it affects you. It's just insane. That's what those compilations were. Social justice warriors get owned. And it's literally just talking about their rights in front of them. Like, it was insane. Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. Fell for it again. Oh god. But yeah, sorry, again, I'm talking about this because it's just, oh, it's just, time is a flat circle. Time is such a flat circle, but that's why I'm excited to see Superman. This is why I'm excited to see Superman, because Superman is hope core. And I've talked about this. I talked about this on Twitter. I talked about how media and genres of media will change because it'll change to whatever the climate of the current societal environment is, right? For so long we've had like dreadcore media and edgy, I nearly said edgecore media and edgy media, right? We've had like grim, edgy, dark media for so fucking long. Nearly all throughout the 2000s we've had that. Nearly. It's starting to move up, and we're starting to go back to hopecore and back to bright colors, right? And we're going back to wanting to be happy again. It's just such a showing of change. Because we also had that genre of media that was, yeah, everything sucks, but we have to wait for things to change. And I don't like that genre of media. I don't like that genre of things suck, but what can you do? And it's like, you can, you know, persevere. You can do something, even the smallest of things. You can be nice. You can choose to be nice. You can choose to be a good person. You can choose to want to change. That's what Hope Core Media is, right? This is why One Piece is getting popular, like, now. Why I'm so excited for the Wit remake. Anyway, people who say One Piece isn't political, the reason those people say that is because TLDR, the reason they say that is because One Piece doesn't align with them. It doesn't align with them and their personal politics, which is usually being a bigot. So, they know Luffy would hate them. They know Luffy would not want anything to do with them. But they're choosing to not want to think about that by saying One Piece isn't political. And that's why they say that. It's exactly why they say that. Really, Ferdinando? Fuck. Well, I'll watch it and I'll see what happens. But I remember Sarah, my mod and my friend and my tier list reviewer said something about that to me after she watched it, so I'm keeping things in the back of my mind. I've already got mental notes to remember before I watch it. My mod and my friend. Let me take this. I love Skypiea so much. I love the old man going, "Are we the bad guys?" And Sanjin Usopp saying, "Yes! You are the bad guys." Because he was literally like, we colonized the Shandia people and we wanted their island because we thought we deserved it. But every time we tried to make a deal with them, they got upset because the deal was basically, we get everything and you get a leaf. And then the old guy was like, "Are we the bad guys?" And Sanjin and Usopp were like, "Yes, you're the fucking bad guys." I remember when I watched that, I was like, "Oh, that was crazy." I have to reread that scene because it was the previous god trying to deal with Shandia and wipe her. Because of course the Shandia people were fighting the Skypiea people because they were not letting them have their land back. And they labeled the Shandia people basically terrorists. And then we found out through Skypiea's backstory and through Wiper's backstory, oh, they've actually been taken from their home. They've been removed from their home. They just want their home back. But they're not allowed to even live on their original land that their ancestors tried to protect. Interesting, right? Interesting. It's cognitive dissonance, it is. But yeah, Skypiea fucking rocks. I do remember when I read it, I was really surprised about the, I was shocked about the theme of colonization, and even more shocked, as fucked as this is, at that it was anti-colonization. Because, let's be real guys, it's a Japanese manga, and many Japanese artists are quite conservative. Not only that, there is land that Japan is still occupying and colonizing today, which is Okinawa. Okinawa is not actually Japanese. They are different people of a different tribe. Anyone who was born in Okinawa and is of Okinawa heritage will usually not say that they are Japanese, right? So I was like shocked that I was reading One Piece, which is the biggest manga in Japan, and it was talking about Skypiea and the Shandia tribe, and how it was basically, yeah, they stole that land and they're not giving it back. And Wiper and the Shandia tribe have been labeled warmongers just because they want to live on their land again. And I was like, whoa! I wasn't expecting that from the biggest manga in Japan, in the world. I wasn't expecting that at all. It genuinely surprised me. The blonde girl, Connis. I love her. I don't know everything about the history. I just double checked this, but Okinawa for Japan is like Hawaii for America, right? This is gonna sound so fucking white knight, and I'm so sorry, but every time I remember that Hawaii is still like under the United States, I like hurt. Like, I know how fucking weird that sounds, right? I know how weird that sounds. I know it's like, Mel, what the fuck? But like, when I like look at like whatever is happening in America and they include Hawaii, I'm like, what the fuck is Hawaii part of this? Let them go. I know that's so stupid. I know that sounds ridiculous, like coming from me. But it's like, it's just weird. It's just weird. Especially when you like, Hawaii's considered a state. Bro, Hawaii takes part in United States of America elections. It's literally considered part of the United States. And I'm like, that is so fucked up. I was gonna say, if you read things from any native Hawaiian like tribe or person, they're literally like, we don't want to be part of America. It's okay, random shit. Oh, that's okay. That's okay, that's okay. We've all learned lessons here. We've all learned lessons here. You get permission to get mad at any fucking gov that does that. Like, but it's like, because I remember going down a rabbit hole of reading about Hawaiian like cultures and Hawaiian tribes and the ones that still exist today. And also, in turn, I was reading about like the life in Hawaii right now, and because of the economic like problems they have with housing due to the tourism and rich person problem of everyone wants to go to Hawaii, rich people want to own resorts in Hawaii, blah 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 blah, and that's fucking up their economy. Real bad, it's fucking up their economy. Which is why when they made the new Lilo and Stitch live action, and it was like, yay, she gets to go study in California or some shit and leave Lilo with the government officials. I was like, that is insane propaganda. That's quite literally American, like, that is American propaganda if I've ever seen it. If I've ever seen it. Those were producers looking at that film and going, no, we got to make the United States of America the good guys. That's insane propaganda if I've ever seen it. Ohana means state custody. Like, that's why when I heard it, my jaw dropped. I was like, this is propaganda. That's propaganda. Because the original Lilo and Stitch was literally anti-America. It was like anti-America, anti-tourism. It was literally Lilo getting bullied by white people such as, what's her name, fucking Myrtle or something, and Nani having to work at tourist traps that they call tourist traps, and being basically mentally like tired and exhausted from the tourists of Hawaii, and Lilo fucking with the tourists of Hawaii because she doesn't respect them, right? The original Lilo and Stitch movie was totally anti-American. Incredibly anti-American. She straight up hated white tourists. Bro, even fucking South Park, which is not always correct, had a whole episode about the ridiculousness of native Hawaiian locals that are just white Americans that move to Hawaii. Even South Park had a fucking episode about how stupid that shit is. Right? Even South Park had an episode about that. I don't know, it just like, hearing about the live action for Lilo and Stitch made me so sad. It made me so sad. I'm not even that politically intelligent, by the way, I need you guys to know. I'm not that politically intelligent and I'm not that politically educated. I usually talk to people a lot, like Sarah, to be like, what's happening? What do I have to look up? What do I have to see? But this kind of shit is just like, I don't know. It's just fucked. That's what's happening, Thrash. Yeah, it's really bad. Like, native people in Hawaii are literally begging people to not go to Hawaii. They're begging because of how much it's fucking up their economy and their livelihoods. Right, Kason? I remember looking that up and I was like, why the fuck? It's just horrible. I'm sorry, I don't know why I got into the topic of Hawaii. I just think about it a lot and I'm like, that is so fucked up that that's happening to them. Also, fun fact, for the longest time they banned the like native language in Hawaii or of Hawaii. Sorry, I don't remember what it is. Because they wanted to obviously ban any kind of native Hawaiian culture. And I don't know if that is still something that's going on. I don't know if they've changed that yet, but it was there for a very long time, that ban. Hang on, I'm looking it up now. There was an English-only law which subsequently banned Hawaiian language as the medium of instruction in publicly funded schools and promoted strict physical punishment for children caught speaking the Hawaiian language in schools. The Hawaiian language was not again allowed to be used as a medium of instruction in Hawaii's public schools until 1987. The number of native speakers of Hawaiian gradually decreased during the period from the 1830s to the 1950s. English essentially displaced Hawaiian on 6 of 7 inhabited islands. In 2001, native speakers of Hawaiian amounted to less than 0.1% of the statewide population. And you know what's fucked? You know what's fucked? I looked this up. And you know what the AI overview said to me? It said, There was never an official ban on the Hawaiian language, but its use was actively discouraged and marginalized for many years, particularly in schools. That's not true. Because there was an English-only law which subsequently banned Hawaiian languages as the medium of instruction in publicly funded schools. So the AI is wrong. Are we seeing now why AI is so dangerous with this kind of shit? Oh, it technically wasn't banned. It was banned. They were punished. They were literally punished for speaking it. Like, come on. Now I'm angry. Like... Oh, God. Sorry, I don't know why we got on this topic. I really don't know how we got onto this topic. Oh, we're talking about Skypiea. Ah, we're talking about Skypiea. Yeah, One Piece isn't political. Guys, by the way. Lilo would have fucking loved Skypiea. Till 1967, Jesus. But yeah, it's genuinely shocking that One Piece is as popular as it is and has the stories that it does, when a lot of One Piece is insanely anti-imperialist. Like, insanely so. In many ways. And it's like, I'm actually shocked that it doesn't have a level of censorship coating it. I really am, honestly. But this is what I'm saying. This is why when there's that coat of happiness over One Piece, that's like that sugar frosting that makes everything look haha cartoony and silly, that gives Oda the medium. And again, don't get me wrong, I don't know Oda as a person. For all I know, he doesn't even believe the shit he writes. Like, I don't know the guy as a person. But that gives him the ability to kind of write whatever he wants, because only people are looking at the surface a lot of the time. If you only look at the surface, you're not gonna look past it and see the actual messages of the thing, are you? Oh, I gotta cut my fringe. It's getting long. Anyway, history is important. Oh yeah, the thing about Star Wars as well. True. Yeah. Look, I do appreciate that one of the most popular medias in the world is literally about the importance of history. It's literally about the importance of history and the maliciousness and the suppression and the power tactics of hiding history. I love Skypiea. I fucking love Skypiea. Wipe is one of my favorite characters, by the way. One of my absolute favorite characters. I really like him. Every time I see him, I go, whoopee! Which isn't much, but I love seeing him. I mean, I'm not joking when I say One Piece genuinely helped me, like, in regards to my own thoughts and education on things. And I know that might sound stupid, but like, such as the twisting of history. Because I can tell you now, as a queer person, I used to grow up thinking, why is there not much like queer history? You know what I mean? Like, I guess maybe it really didn't exist. But then of course you find out it was being scrubbed. They were being wiped from historical records, you know? And removed from historical records to make as if they didn't ever exist. And that's, you know, part of that's a manipulation tactic. And as stupid as this is, before One Piece, I didn't think about that, you know? Or like how, or also as a woman, back like, you know, thousands and thousands of years ago, there were plenty of women who were artists, who were scholars, who were teachers, who were intelligent, and they were inventors, etc., etc., etc. But history doesn't say that's the case, because again, they were hidden, they were wiped, they were removed. And the reason that's the case is because they're trying, the narrative is trying to push that women are naturally submissive and naturally stupid and naturally need to be led, blah, 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 right? And the only way you can push this idea that this is all natural is by wiping history and showing that women were never leaders. Women were never inventors. Women were never teachers. Women were never philosophers. Women were never intelligent, right? And as again, as stupid as it is, I never thought about that. I never thought about that until fucking reading something like One Piece and the importance of history. Or that women never worked, yeah. Because I only found out semi-recently that there were women philosophers in ancient Greece. There were quite a few of them. Only one of them is really well known, but there were women philosophers in ancient Greece. It's just they were wiped from historical records. How, like, I just never, like, I'm 26 years old, 2025, and I've only just discovered that. Because we're not taught this shit because it's not, like, known real well. Right? They either make it so women didn't exist in these positions of power point blank, or they make the woman like an idiot. Like they blame like Cleopatra for the fall of Egypt, right? Or they say Cleopatra was basically just eye candy that men were fighting over. They don't present Cleopatra as a powerful figure. They present her as this weird male fantasy, right? Historically, that's not what she was. She was incredibly intelligent. She knew what she was doing. But it's like, oh, woman pharaoh, she toppled nations because she was so beautiful. Fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Even when we have a known historical figure who's a woman, she somehow gets hit by the fucking male gaze beam. Like it's just insane. Dies of cringe. Man. Computers used to be mainly woman work. Did you know that? Computers and computing used to mainly be women's work. Because to compute and to put in data, you had like big lines of paper, right? And you had these little punch holes. And to get specific data in these big old fucking brick wall computers, you had to poke out the punch holes, right? That was seen as women's work because women have little nimble hands and we're just little and fragile and we hold little things and we do little actions. So that was seen as women's work. But the women were the ones doing the fucking computing. They were the ones putting in the data and understanding the data. And by the time that men realized, oh shit, computing is actually important, computing is actually of the future, they fucking chucked them out and said, we're the IT guys. And now IT is a predominantly male field. I'm going to fucking tear my skin off. Tear my skin off. Same with editing, by the way. Editing was predominantly women's work. It was seen as women's work because editing used to be those long strips of film and you'd cut them and then put them back together. That was seen as women's work. Majority of editors back in the old Hollywood times were women. They had a whole editing studios that were just women. But when people realized editors were like the spine of the film, you know, they like basically are in charge of how the film is perceived in the end stages, suddenly they got kicked and now men, a lot of men are mainly editors. And doesn't that just fucking boil your blood? Right? Doesn't that just piss you off? They will make women do what they perceive as a women's work, but then when they realize it's important, they kick them out and they say, we knew all along, we did this. Pisses me off. Ruffles my feathers. Ruffles my feathers. And then men will be like, well, men go to war. Yeah, like the women fucking decided you do that, you know? Men decided men do that. Not us. What the fuck? Video is going to be about 50 minutes long, maybe an hour. But yeah, Sarah told me about the computing stuff. I had no idea because Sarah loves computers and computing. Sarah works in like IT shit. And fun fact, you know how there's like... So I said IT is a predominantly male field, right? The reason it's a predominantly male field is not because women are too stupid for IT. It's not because women don't want to do IT work. It's because the men who work in IT are fucking insufferable. They are fucking insufferable because it's a mainly male space and they are awful to anyone who is not another man. And I've seen it firsthand. I've seen it firsthand. They will say shit like, women don't work in IT because they don't have the, like, they just don't have the brain for it. No, bitch, it's because you actively kick them out. You actively kick them out with the horrible way you treat them. The same thing goes for things like writing and directing and editing, by the way. Even what I'm doing now, as stupid as this is, just being a One Piece content creator in a One Piece space, which is a predominantly Western predominantly male space, I can feel that people want to kick me out. That men want to kick me out. I can feel it, bitch. It's there. Same with women who play video games. Women like video games. They want to play video games. It's intimidating and daunting to them because the worst, most horrible men ever will fucking play video games and be horrible to them. Bitch, they want to partake in video games. But they're not allowed to because you're mean to them. Like, it's just insane. Chess as well. Yep. There are no women on the internet. What do we don't do? Women don't play games. Women don't like sports. Women don't like anime. There's one huge one I'm missing. Women don't play games, women don't like sports, women don't like anime. Oh yeah! And women don't like porn. That's a big one. And then if you look at all four of these things, women don't like smut. If you look at all four of these things, it's not that they don't like that shit. It's just that these spaces are fucking rancid. With horrible, horrible, horrible men that don't treat them nicely, ever. So it's tough to get into it because they're already getting kicked out at the door. Like, just insane. Oh, and if women do like any of those four things, they're a pick-me. And that's why I don't like that term. That's why I fucking hate the term pick-me. I hate it. Can't exist, guys. Just can't exist. I've talked about this. Every time I talk about shit like this, I'm like, should I be saying this stuff? And then I'm like, people who get annoyed by me saying stuff like this, I don't want in my audience anyway. Like, if someone joins and goes, oh, she's talking about women again, I don't want you here. I don't want you here anyway. You can leave. No, Rashanas, I know, but the issue I have with the pick-me term, I've talked about this before, is it's another roundabout way to blame women for something that men do to us. Because here's the thing, what I don't like about the pick-me term is lots of women, tons of women, even young women, girls, right, go through the phase or the idea that a man's opinion is worth more than a woman's opinion. Because that's something that we're taught. When we grow up, we're conditioned and taught to want male attention and validation just because of the society that we unfortunately grew up in. It's patriarchal in nature, right? And the issue I have with the pick-me term is it feels like it kind of removes the fact that tons of us will grow up being conditioned in this way, and instead of talking to our fellow women about why are you throwing other women under the bus? Why are you prioritizing male opinion in this instance? Instead of being understanding, it's like a witch hunt of women on women. That's why I don't like it. When in reality, a pick-me comes about because of men. A pick-me comes about because of a patriarchal idea that male validation is better than female or women validation, right? It's literally something that we are forcibly taught. So I don't like the term pick-me because it has a horrible snowball effect. We are watching the snowball effect as well. We are watching the snowball effect because I'm now seeing things like women who go to the gym, pick me. Women who play video games, pick me. Women who like anime, pick me. I'd be cool to pick me because I have a fucking Nami tattoo. I'm a lesbian. How the fuck can I be a pick me? Like, it's why I don't like the term, because it was bound to basically police women and what they like and what they do. Because Nami has big boobies and is sexualized. Like, it's why when I see these terms come about, I'm very wary of them. I'm incredibly wary of them because every time these terms come about, it's always women focused. It's always focused on what a woman is doing and how a woman should act. Always. It is fucking never the other way around. And when it is, i.e. a simp, men will usually take something like a simp and make it mean a negative thing. When what is a simp really? A simp is just a man who will actually take women opinion as valid opinions. They will actually listen to women. They will actually pay attention to women. They will actually sometimes put women above men in terms of environments and like opinion and behavior. And men will bully other men and call them simps for doing that because they're not prioritizing their fellow man. And this is why I've always told you guys, I do not trust when men use the word simp in a negative way. I've never trusted that. I've never, ever, ever trusted that. If I hear a man say, ew, you're a simp, and they mean it in an actual negative way, I don't trust it. Because a simp is not a dangerous thing. The only reason a simp could be bad is because you're upset that this man is not prioritizing men. Like, that's the only reason a simp could be bad. Because women love simps. They love simps because they actually are listened to by these so-called simps. We are actually properly seen by these so-called simps. But yeah, these kinds of terms, it's why I'm like, and why I encourage you guys to like be wary of them. Because I remember when pick me was a term that was coming about, I was worried. I was like, this doesn't sound good. It sounds like something is going to fall off to the deep end here. Simp may have originally meant that, but it no longer means that. Because I tell you now, what you're describing is an incel. That's an incel, that's not a simp. Ba 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 ba. But it is true now that now a simp is just a guy shows decency, human decency towards anyone who's not a man, usually a woman. They will now call that a simp, and it's like I'm fucking done. Simp and incel are opposites. They are. What do I think about anime's hypersexualization of female characters? I've talked about this so much. I like sexy things. I like sexy things. I like smut. Sexualization I don't think is inherently evil. Right? And the reason I say this is because this idea of sexy things bad, sexualization bad, is inherently purist and conservative. And ends up going into a dangerous area of, well, mainly women should just cover up, right? That's a horrible mindset to have because that is still a form of control. But my issue is always, it's just women. That's the issue. Why is it just women? I've talked about this with stuff like Marvel Rivals, right? I like Invisible Women's sexy skins. I like her sexy, because here's the thing as well. I'm kind of biased because I'm a lesbian. I'm attracted to women, right? I'm attracted to women. I like seeing women be sexy. But here's the thing. Here's how I know you can see women as sexy women and still see them as a human being. Because I do that every day. This is how I know sexualization is not inherently the fucking evil here. Because just because a woman is sexy, or just because someone is sexy or sexualized, that does not give you a fucking pass to dehumanize them. It doesn't. It doesn't. Someone can be sexy and sexualized and still be a fucking human being. Right? And I know that because I'm a lesbian. I see sexy women every day, and you know what I think? Wow, that's still a human being. It's not that hard, guys. So, I'm fine with like sexualization, but my issue is it's just women. Especially in anime. It needs to be men too. And I look at like Marvel Rivals, and I love Invisiwoman's sexy skin. I love her pussy out skin, right? But why aren't I getting that with the men? Why am I not seeing Bucky in a G-string with a crop top and booty shorts? Yeah? Why am I not seeing Loki in a crop top and booty shorts? Why am I not seeing men in G-strings, men in heels? Why am I not seeing men in mini skirts? And I can see their panties. It's all I'm fucking asking for. It's all I want. I don't think the issue is that sexualization is bad. I think that... No, bulging ass, I've had it. Let me explain something to you. That's the male fantasy. People are saying, oh, but we're seeing Loki in his Speedo with his bulge. A bulge is not sexual. And you know why? Because a bulge, that's something men are proud of, a big bulge. That's also comical as well, a big bulge. Do you understand? That's comical. That's the male fantasy. That is not sexualization. That's what men do to men, thinking it's sexualization, when really they're just pushing the male fantasy on something. Right? That's what Thor is. With his shirt off and his arms out. That's the male fantasy. That's not sexualization. That's a whole different thing. Let me show you what because the female gaze isn't real, but together we can make it real. Okay? Let me show you what the female gaze could be. Let me show it. I have the perfect example of this. Are you ready, everyone? Are we ready? I better get met with applause. I better get met with applause. This is the female gaze. This is what we could have. This is what we're asking for. Understand? Crop top, boom. Tramp stamp, boom. G-string whale tail, boom. This is the female gaze. It's not real, but it can be. We can make it real. Understand? Someone brought up Ace. No, Ace is not sexualized. Because Ace is the male fantasy. The same way Zorro's the male fantasy. This is also the male gaze though. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Because like, all chewed up, let me explain. The male gaze is a thing for women, understand? So like, Nami is definitely the male gaze, right? Her design is the male gaze. But here's the thing. I'm a lesbian. And I'm attracted to it. So, of course, gay men are going to be attracted to what is also, right? The female gaze. Nice try. Because as a lesbian, I am also attracted to what is seen to be the male gaze. But that's only because lesbians and gay men are always forgotten about. That's only because we're always forgotten about. So that's why when people go, ba ba ba, Nami sexualized or Robin sexualized, ba ba ba, and it's like, they always talk about just men, 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 men. And it's like, what about women who are attracted to women? Like, am I evil because I think Nami is sexy and I like seeing her sexy? You know what I mean? Is that evil of me? It's just we're forgotten about because everything is heteronormative and heterocentric. We're just forgotten about in these conversations. But this is the female gaze. This is what we could have. So do you see how there's a stark difference between this and like what Ace is? You know what I mean? You know? Like, Ace is not sexualized. He's the male fantasy. But if Ace were sexualized... Hang on. I'm trying to think of, like... I'm looking up Ace Yaoi to see if I can find anything. Ace sexualized is like him in a maid suit. In a maid dress. Now he's wearing more clothes, right? So how is it sexualized? Because it tickles us. Because it's made with intention. God, I'm not good at... Actually... Wait, I'm not good with this because Ace isn't a character I'm like super all in for, but... How about... Hang on, let me get an image of him. I'm looking for an image of him. Where the fuck? I can't find the good yaoi. This is crazy. I can't use Sanji in this example because Sanji is always fucking clothed. Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna use the anime. Hang on. No, I'm trying to use an example of a character that has a lot of skin out, but isn't sexualized. Because men get it different, obviously. Oops. I will find what I'm looking for. Hang on, I'm nearly there. Okay. It's definitely this episode. Alright! I did it. So, let's look at Law in Dressrosa naturally. What does he look like naturally? He's dressed like this. I don't have a full image, which is shocking. But he's got his whole fucking tartars out, right? He's got his whole chest out. Understand? So it's like, however, this is not sexual. Because in the world that we live in, the way like men can show skin, and even the male body in itself is not seen as inherently sexual. Again, this is a patriarchal thing. Men and the cis, I will say the cis male body, but even like if a trans man has transitioned, even then, that body is also not seen as sexual. But of course, that's not something I can entirely speak on. But men and the male body is not seen as something sexual. Inherently sexual, it's just not. And I say this because, look, he's got his chest out, he's got his skin out. Doesn't make your eyebrows raised, right? But if you look at a character like Nami, and she's got her tits out, right? Tits are seen as inherently sexual. Boobs are seen as inherently sexual. There are men that do not understand that tits are not inherently sexual. Boobs are not inherently sexual. They are just part of the human body. Right? But then there's also this divide between male and female nudity, or like nudity between men and women, where nudity on women is inherently seen as sexual and inherently seen as smuttish or pornographic, where nudity a lot of the time for men is usually seen as comical. Usually if in any fictional area or media a man is naked or suddenly naked, you can see their ass or a lot of their skin, it's played off to be comical, right? It's played off to be funny. Nudity for men is not tend to be something sexual. It's usually something funny. Because haha, that guy's naked. You know why? Because a lot of men do not grow up in a society or in a world where they are quite literally told that their body is seen as something sexual, that they must hide their body because their body makes them vulnerable to lustful or smut eyes, right? That's the difference there. However, I look at Law, I see the male fantasy. And the reason I see the male fantasy is because he's jacked the fuck up, he's tall, he's got pectorals, he's got abs. But this... what is this? This is what the female gaze could be. Why is this the female gaze? Not because his skin is out. Not because I'm seeing abs and pectorals and I'm seeing a chest. But because I'm seeing a man being vulnerable. I'm seeing a man going through something. Right? And then this brings me on to my next point. If you look at stuff like figurines or sexy figurines, right? Especially of women. Usually a sexy figurine of a woman is shy, right? They're shy and they're vulnerable and they're sometimes looking away, or they're usually something that people perceive as sexy is someone who, or a character is put in a situation where, oh my god, I can see your panties. Or, oh my god, I can see like your boobies or something. And they're like, yeah, and they're doing that, right? And this is what pisses me off. Men, a lot of the time, will make art that they think will cater towards women. Or towards... this is not all the time, of course, but they'll make art that they think cater towards women, or they think will cater towards the female gaze. But it doesn't. Because you know what they do? I have a Zorro figure that is supposed to be sexy, right? but the Zoro figure is naked, you know? But here's the thing. He's incredibly confident. He's standing there smirking. He doesn't give a fuck who's looking at him. He's standing there confident with his dick and balls out. It would be a lot sexier and a lot more smutty if he were trying to hide and going, oh, because there's embarrassment there, right? But this pride and this confidence behind his naked state is what doesn't make it the female gaze. That's what makes it the male fantasy. Because it's like, it's a body to obtain, or it's a figure to obtain, right? People also find male confidence hot as well, don't get me wrong. But that tends to be the general landscape of like how things are seen, sexualized or not. That's why a lot of fan service is, oh my god, panty shots. Oh my god, caught in the shower. Like, that's why a lot of fan service tends to be this. And that's why a lot of women, especially, like, that's why a lot of women, when they write yaoi, it's usually the trope of a man being incredibly vulnerable and shy, right? Shy and vulnerable and flustered, because a lot of the time that tends to be what's missing. That's why yaoi is what it is. But there's different genres, don't get me wrong. There are still people that are attracted to like the confidence of someone in their nakedness. That's there as well. But the large majority tend to be acting girly, right? Tend to be that shyness, because that shyness is perceived as something feminine. Exactly. That's very true, Carly. But this is why there's such a difference between someone like Ace having all his skin out and Nami having all her skin out, because just inherently men and their nakedness is not seen as something sexual. Women and nakedness is seen as something sexual. Because again, it's a patriarchy thing, right? Like, it's just men and nudity is not seen as sexual. It tends to be seen as something comedic or something epic. Meanwhile, women and nudity is seen as something scandalous and something, oh my god, you shouldn't be seeing that. Like, that's just the difference. Also only true if the woman is perceived to be socially attractive by social standards. There is this Sanji figure that I have, and this does feel sexual, and I think they succeeded in it. This one. I have this figure. I love this figure. This is probably the most female gaze figure they've ever made. But Sanji's usually clothed, so it's the pose, right? I have this figure. I love it. I don't want to pull him out because it's a pain in the ass to put him back. But it feels sexual, right? But it doesn't feel like, this feels like it were made for me, you know? It feels like it were made for me. But also, it's like, it feels like he's unhappy to be there. I will say there have been studies done related to, I'll say specifically cishet men attraction regarding like their attraction to women compared to women's attraction and sexuality overall. Like what women are attracted to. Like there are studies done about this. And for men, it's incredibly, a lot of cishet men, it's incredibly cutthroat and incredibly dry. And that is regarding a lot of the time environment and what they're usually told should be factored into, but for a lot of women, it's a lot more obscure. One of the biggest examples is the type of women cishet men like and the type of men cishet women like. For example, a lot of cishet men really like women who are in a certain category of woman. Usually the very feminine type, the very put together type, the very usually skinny, boobs a lot of the time, you know. But for women, they have a very wide variety of the type of men they're into. They're not just into the gym bro type. They're not into just the hunk type. There are women out there that do like that, don't get me wrong. I can't really speak for them because I'm not attracted to men. But for women, their attraction to men is, again, statistically and scientifically proven to be a lot wider. And it's simply because of patriarchal value. Like, it's just difference between like what men are basically told that they should like and what they should desire, and what women want and desire. It's a lot more obscure. But there you go. That's just stuff to think about. Look, it does depend, because I'll tell you this right now. I am someone who, if I ever wanted a sexy Sanji figurine catered to me specifically, I'd want him to be shy. I'd want him to be shy. I'd want him to be blushing, because it's the vulnerability. I'm trying to find an example. Without getting caught by Twitch. But there's also something to be said about, because anime women are obviously fake, right? They're fake. But there's something to be said about women who are confident in their sexiness. But here's the thing. If they're a real woman, right? And they have confidence in their sexiness, that's actually something that is not desirable. Because the way, again, we are raised and taught and told is we should be attractive to men. We should be attractive to only gain male attention, right? We shouldn't want to be comfortable in our own skin, basically. Because there are a lot of women out there who are more than comfortable in their own skin and their attractiveness. They're very sexy. But men don't like that. Because what do you mean you're not catering to me? Right? And this is why so many men have the audacity to say to a woman if they think they should wear makeup or not, right? So many men have the audacity to be like, I like you better without makeup. Or, you should wear more makeup. The reason they say that is because they're saying, what you are doing is not catering to me right now. And they can't seem to fathom that what this woman is doing is not to cater to you. She's not wearing makeup to cater to you, or she's not wearing makeup to cater to you. Like, it's something that I've realized a lot of men can't understand. Like, when I have my pink hair and I wear this type of makeup, or I wear all pink, I'm not doing that to try and get anyone's attention. I don't want to cater to anybody. I'm just comfortable in my own skin. But yeah, like, it's that phenomenon of a lot of men want a baddie, but when they get the baddie, they say, you can't dress like that anymore. It's that phenomenon. But yeah, this all started because someone said, what do you think about sexualization? I like nudity and sexual things and sexy things. I'm never, ever, 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 ever going to fall into the pipeline of, like, because here's something I really, really despise. I despise when someone tries to fix a character's, usually a woman's outfit, and they fix the outfit by putting more clothes on them. In my opinion, that's going the wrong way in an opposite direction. That's, in my opinion, as problematic, right? Because I don't like the message that sends out. I just think instead we should be promoting for equality of this sexualization. Instead of putting more clothes on Nami, why don't we put Sanji in a crop top and booty shorts? You know what I mean? Instead of putting more clothes on Robin, why don't we put Zoro in a G-string and a crop jacket? Like, I just don't like going the other way and saying, no, everyone has to cover up. I don't like that. Because I don't like the inherent idea that nudity and showing skin is sexual and a bad thing. I don't like that. Like, I don't like looking at bodies, human bodies, especially my own bodies, and inherently seeing something sexual. I don't like that. I don't enjoy that. It's not cool enough. Yeah, and who's saying it's not cool enough? Men. It's because it makes men uncomfortable. If you are putting Zoro or Sanji in clothes that make men uncomfortable, that's the point. That's equality, baby. That's what we're asking for. I want Sanji in a crop top, G-string and booty shorts with a tramp stamp immediately. Because I've always had the theory that a lot of this shit, such as fan service, wouldn't be as controversial if everyone got a piece. If everyone got a piece, it wouldn't be that controversial. Like, the reason men look into yaoi and say, ooh, this makes me uncomfortable, is because nothing is catered to them. Nothing. Not cishet men, anyway. Everything about yaoi, there is absolutely nothing about yaoi that caters to cishet men. You know? And that's why they complain about it. I'd love Zoro in a bikini. Yes. I would love Zoro in a bikini. I'd love Zoro in a bikini. I'd love Zoro in a Playboy bunny outfit. I'd love Zoro in a maid dress. You know why? Because that caters to me. And that makes men uncomfortable. It makes them uncomfortable seeing that. It's a genuine thing. It is not a spite thing. It's a genuine thing. But the reason I'm saying it makes men uncomfortable is because blatant sexualization of women characters will make women uncomfortable. But then men will turn around and say, why is that a problem? That's what I'm saying. So it's like, they don't understand, oh, how does this make women uncomfortable? But then you put Zoro in like bikinis, a bikini. And that makes them uncomfortable because they don't like seeing a character that they perceive as strong and masculine and manly perceived like that. And it makes them uncomfortable. It is not a spite thing, it's an understanding thing. Right? That's my point. I personally am not made to feel uncomfortable by Nami in her bikini. I like it. But I don't like the way a lot of men talk about it as if women are overreacting at the ones who are uncomfortable about it. Simply because they have never, ever, 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 ever been put in the position on the other side. And if they have, they don't see the similarity. They don't see the hypocrisy. But yeah, I want Sanji in the Playboy bunny fit. Now. I love when it's bunny day in Japan because all the Japanese artists draw Sanji in the Playboy bunny fit. What am I looking for? Yeah, bunny day. There's a bunny day, there's a cat day. Japanese artists are serious about their animal days and their favorite blorbo. Get on it, guys. Sorry. I just had my friend say, Mel, can you send that one gif of the guy with the big cat approaching the screen? And I'm like, Jamiroquai? Hang on. Well, this is what I mean. I say to people, you don't hate fan service. You just hate the fan service you're seeing because it doesn't appeal to you. When I found out the reason I didn't care for much fan service in stuff like anime is because it's not fan service catered to me. It's fan service a lot of the time catered to cishet men. And while I am a lesbian, cishet men still have different tastes than I have, right? But then I read shit like yaoi, right? That's fan service for me. Fan service for me is Zoro and Sanji in Onigashima with Sanji wrapping Zoro up and Zoro going, am I a ham to you? That's sexual. Zoro laughing while being wrapped up and saying, am I a ham to you? To us and to my fellow Fujo sisters, that shit's sexual. That is fan service for us, right? Fan service is not inherently a bad thing. Most people would enjoy fan service if fan service actually catered to them. The issue is media is so male-centric and is so centered around male perception that a lot of women, especially gay or queer or not, don't get to experience fan service for them. Because they've never seen it, because it just doesn't exist on large, basically. Because we have to go looking, exactly. I mean, listen, I've always said this, my taste in, like, fictional, like, women is unfortunately really cishet men aligned. Because a lot of women and lesbians really like fictional butch women, for example, you know? Like the, girl from Arcane, the main woman from Arcane. She was butch. But, I can't really say, I obviously can't speak for all lesbians. I unfortunately have the most basic fictional woman taste in the fucking world. Like, I love Nami. Nami appeals to me greatly. Greatly. But she doesn't... Well, that's not true, because I know a ton of lesbians love Nami. It just depends, honestly. It depends on the lesbian. But see, and Dr. The underage shit aside, because, yeah, no. But, like, forced into situations against her will. I mean, I like seeing Sunji forced into situations against his will. Do you see what I mean? Like, I can't, like, let's move on. Let's move on. Let's just say I'm quite liberal with this take of fan service. Caught. Most yaoi is just pretty boys put into situations. Like, I'm sorry, I can't really say bad fan service, you know what I mean? I don't know, there's just this idea that men specifically are degenerate freaks when it comes to fan service. And they are. But so are women. We are just not as seen because we're in a little corner. They are just not as seen. Let's move on. Let's move on. Women can be degenerates too. Let's just leave it at that. Let's leave it at that. I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. You don't want to know what I do to Sunji. He's in my mind's palace. In my mind's palace. Hi, Aaron. Aaron, go to bed. My brand of feminism is women can be degenerates too. That's my brand of feminism. A degenerate? Many things, but for simple sakes, I'll say a pervert. I'll just say a pervert. Women can be perverts too. Someone's gonna fucking see this and be like, guys, she's a degenerate. She said so. I've met Mel. I've met Mel. Hang on. Now wait. Just so I'm covering all bases, okay? And that's all I have to say about that. Now I'm gonna go piss. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to that snake. I held no one at gunpoint while I was gone. No one. The artist? Hang on. Hang on, applesauce. I'll search for you. Computer, show me Sanji's bowls. I am deep diving. Fuck. I'm searching. I'm searching. Hang on, they have an account, so I'm looking for it. I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Nice try. What? Okay, applesauce, you know what I'm gonna do? I know my friend knows the account of this artist. I'm a horrible with like Twitter account names. But I know my friend knows. So I'm gonna ask for you. But I'll have you all know, I buy my homegrown Zosan dojinshis from the source. I do none of that reselling shit. I support the One Piece community in ways you couldn't even believe. Alright, sorry Applesauce, I can't find the account right now, but I'm sure my friend can. Aaron, shut up! Oh my god! Not only do I support the One Piece community, I support women. That's what I'm talking about. Oh yeah, I like the whole fandom, I just don't talk to the majority of them. Like, it is still exciting to meet One Piece fans IRL and talk. It's just the internet makes any kind of space like you know what I mean? But if you meet any real life One Piece fan a majority of the time, it's gonna be a nice conversation. Majority of the time. There's still gonna be outliers. I don't know, maybe I have a different experience because people go, oh, MelonTeee! No way! Yeah, they hate me. I'm still alive. Applesauce, get in the Discord. I found them, but I don't post it in the Twitch chat.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Alice. Run!
Howdy do, boys.
Oh my god, my messages aren't sending. My messages aren't sending. I don't know what to do. Sorry, Discord is actively lagging on me. That's Discord lag. Oh, there it is. All right. And it's gone. Yowie to Yowie communication. Oh fuck, it's back. Why is it back? Yeah, Discord's broken. Oh, there's nothing I can do. sex songs later. Sorry. The Doctor Strange clip. Fuck, I need to use that. Sorry, Applesauce posted this in why did it download itself as an MP4? Why did it download as an MP4? Anyway. I was just saying I need to use this. It's funny. Ah.
Howdy do, boys.
Well, if Discord's scuffed, then you gotta stay here, don't you? I feel like we've been through a whole journey. A whole journey on this stream. We've talked about so much. We've been through so much. I swear I made a tweet that was like 3 years ago, and I swear it was like, I could have easily survived the pain bubble, just saying. I swear I made that tweet like 3 years ago and it made people upset. Ugh. Do you think any other Straw Hat could have survived the pain bubble? Yeah, all of them. Wouldn't have even touched Usopp. Wouldn't have even touched him. He wouldn't even have felt it. Like, come on. Dude, if Sanji did it, he would have been like, that's it. Like. His asthma! Guys! His asthma! Otis foreshadowing is great because he's really foreshadowing Sora's asthma. I'm sorry. The Sora asthma shit is just so stupid. Don't be mean. I'm sorry. I won't be mean. Imagine having asthma. Like, just breathe. That is shit. That would get me cancelled. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, people with asthma. I can't say that joke, just even as a joke. Hello. I would take that advice. That's like the how do you get cyberbullied? Just close your eyes. Just log out. Yeah, my dry eyes. Dudes aren't fujoshis, they're fudanshis. Men into yaoi are called fudanshis. The NBs, you can be whatever you like. Fujanshis. What do you mean I don't let you look at my yaoi? Aaron, you wanna open the yaoi drawer and have a look? Be my guest. Be my guest. This fucking guy. Let me look, no. I'm gonna quote you, Aaron. I am stupid. You said that, see? I'm getting hungry. I might have to cook my dinner soon. It's nearly 1 AM and both me and Aaron are awake. What is happening? I am jealous you've got Blob. Why do you have Blob but not me? I read horrible yaoi. Horrendous yaoi. Look, what am I looking at? Bob. I don't... Just... Yaoi that would say, she's bad. Yaoi that would make you go, bad person. Only a bad person would read this bad yaoi. The Rayleigh yaoi. Wait, do I have that? Ah! Hang on. Okay, ready? The Rayleigh Yowie. Boom. Boom. Are you ready for this? Boom! That's right! That's right. All she does is support women. That's all she does. A woman supporter. I forgot I had Rayleigh Yowie. Like, I forgot. Oh, Aaron, you wanted me to get up and look at Blueberry. Well, I can show the photo to the class. Look at Blubob. Ain't she cute? Don't know why she looks so concerned. Blubob. Look at Fuck, I saw that, Aaron. Look. I wish Blueberry were a Nepo baby, because that would mean I'm rich and she's my baby. Oh, fuck me when I forgot how to do things. Oh, fuck, I'm blanking on what I want to do here. As an editor blank, I've forgotten how to do this. I've remembered. Sorry, I'm hesitant to talk about the new events of One Piece simply because I'm scared people are going to talk about the new chapter that isn't out yet. Sorry. I just realized something. I asked my friend for the artist's name. And I thought they were laughing at me, or I thought they were making a noise. Because they said, "Oh yeah." But it was just an acronym of the name. Fuck. I was like, why did they make that noise? Why did they type that? Oh yeah. Oh god. I'm a bit slow. Oh man. And now she's beautiful again. Bleh. Oh yeah. Stop it. I'm hungry. Wicked, I will say I think it's just weekly chapter woes. Simply because while it was supposed to be Loki's flashback, what we are discovering is Harold, right? We're discovering what happened to Harold on that day. But of course it's moved into Rox because Rox is connected to Harold. I personally don't think the flashback is unorganized because Rox was hinted to us with Loki from the beginning. I also never thought it was going to be just Loki's flashback because it literally started with Shanks talking to Gaban. Gaban. If anything, I'm actually kind of surprised we got Loki. I think I was surprised we got Loki's childhood in the flashback because I thought what we were going to see is what happened to Harold specifically. But then we got Loki's childhood and then Rox appeared and I was like, oh, and I was like, oh, and I think I remember saying, oh, so we're just seeing the events that led up to what Elbaf is now and Rox is part of that because Rox was friends with Harold. Because that's the thing, even though we're talking about Rox, we still haven't strayed from Elbaf. Elbaf is still the center of this. Because even now, we had Kaido going, why don't you just take over Elbaf with power? And Rox said, shut the fuck up! Howard's my friend! Roxx Herald. Oh. You know what? Yeah! I might dabble now that you've mentioned it. Perhaps I will take a look. I may see with my eyes to find some of that. Why not? La 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 la. Fuck, it's already been 5 hours. I think when I get to 4 minutes, I'm gonna go. Sorry, 14 minutes. My hair changed. Warlord. Pirate. Tyrant. Dragons. BFF. Dragon X Kuma? Sure, why not? I wish I knew. I wish I knew. Ah! Dude, every single new woman that is introduced, especially if they're an Amazon Lily girl, everyone is like, is that Luffy's mum? I've had it. I've just had it. They do the same fucking thing for Nami. They go, is that Nami's mum? Stop. Enough. Gee, I've had it. Oh, fuck. I fucked up, guys. Am I Luffy's mom? The government dog. I'm just gonna say gov dog. I don't want to type all that. They want Nami upscale, so explain. Explain the way that works. Are you saying that the way power scaling works for some people is because someone has someone strong as their daddy or their mummy, that makes them more powerful? Is that what that is? Because if that were the case, why the fuck is Ace not seen as, like, insane power scaling wise? Why? Like, why does no one respect Roger? I just don't understand. Is that why so many people are desperate for Mihawk to be Rayleigh and Shaki's kid? Is this why so many people are so obsessed with bloodlines in One Piece? Because of power scaling? Have I just unlocked something today? Is this why so many people think Nami got her fucking navigation skills from some magical navigating island society and not just because she's intelligent? Daddy strong equals baby strong, basically, yeah. What? Then why is Dragon shat on so much as Luffy's dad? None of this makes sense. Look, I don't get power scaling because, as you guys know, I go by the system that the actual story gives us, which is Imu's on the top currently and Roger's fucking crazy. I never see them talk about Roger and I'm like, is Roger not the big fucking daddy? Is he not big man? Why does no one talk about Roger? I just don't get it. And all they do is they make fun of him. And I think the reason for that is because they know in their hearts Roger's big man. But they don't want him to be because they want their guy to be big man. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. He has no fates! He found the fucking One Piece! He's a pirate king! So what, the pirate king could just be a fucking bum? What? I don't get it. I just don't get it. Why is Roger not respected by these people? I just don't... Roger's like, he should be insane, no? Bro, Roger's the king. The way I saw people get really mad when Roger swooned over Shaki and people started calling him a fraud. They got mad about that because they don't like that resembles Sanji. If there's anything I've learned about the power scaling space is if anything resembles Sanji or if Sanji does anything, you gotta downplay it. That's what I've learnt. The second Luffy said, wow, Gaban sounds like Sanji, suddenly Gaban isn't that good. It happens every fucking time. I don't know why. Just Sanji, they hate Sanji. Sanji can't be that good, so everything that is at all in correlation in any way to Sanji has to be downplayed. Like, it's the shoes. S-Shark is the weakest Seraphim, etc, etc, etc. If Sanji is in any way involved or mirrors or parallels anything that's going on, they gotta downplay it. That's what I've learned. So because Roger has a similar reaction to Shaki the way Sanji would, which is hard eyes Awuga, oh, he's a fraud. What? People want Roger to be mysterious, edgy badass. Why the fuck are they reading One Piece? I'm just done with it. Roger, we saw Roger was a cutie patootie in Wano. Roger was so cute. I love Roger because of that. I'm winning. They're not winning. The power scale is not like Roger liking women. I don't know, man. That's so funny because when I read that chapter, I was just laughing. I was just laughing at Roger's shenanigans. And I was like going, yeah, that's so true because I do that to Shaki as well. Awuga hard eyes. But now I'm finding out a whole section of the fandom was angry. And it's like, why the fuck are you reading this series? Just stop reading it. Roger's chill. Roger's a chill guy. I see some people get nostalgic for how Roger was depicted in chapter 1. Hey, that was supposed to be a trick. A huge theme of One Piece is misinformation and rumors that cause misinformation and disinformation. When Roger was first introduced, so many people thought he was a horrible, terrible devil that would actually just kill people all the time. That's the point. That's the point, that he wasn't actually evil. That he didn't actually just kill a bunch of people, that he was just a chill guy. That's like the whole fucking point. It was misinformation. Roger wasn't the devil, he was just a guy. Roger wasn't an aura farmer, he was just a guy. I don't understand. What are they reading? Like, I just don't get what are they reading for. I don't know, man. I don't get it. That's just insane to me because I was having so much fun with that chapter. I was screeching because of that chapter. I'm having more fun than them. Look, power scalers can do what they want, but I'm having more fun than them. I'm having a better reading experience than them, and I can guarantee that. They're jealous at me jumping at Shanks and Buggy, Shuggy, Yowie, because I felt more joy in Shanks saying he wanted to sail with Buggy than they ever have reading the whole series. So there you go. They don't like Luffy that much because he's not a fucking aura farmer, and his final form is not aura farm. I'll never forget when I said Gear 5 is unconventional, and I had so many shonen guys going, how's it unconventional, how's it unconventional? I'm like, you should know. You should know, you're the shonen guy. How the fuck do I have to explain this to you? I'm not the shonen guy. You are. Why am I explaining to you how Gear 5 is unconventional? Why am I explaining this to you? I'll never forget the guy that said, how is it unconventional? And don't just say because it's like silly and cartoonish. And I was like, you just said why. Like, you just said why. Explain to me why it's this thing, but don't say because of the thing. Like, you just said why. Like, they know that's the reason. And I know they know because when Gear 5 first happened, so many of them were disappointed. So many of them hated it. They hated it because they were like, this isn't my serious aura farmer. Gear 5 is like anti-aura farming. Well, that's the thing. I was thinking, but how are there these complaints when, like, the god of shonen, Goku, is a silly fucking guy? But then I remembered, as Goku powers up, he gets more serious. That's, like, a staple for the genre. You look up Goku's final forms, and he loses his smile, right? That's why Gear 5 is what it is, because it's clear that Oda, as an author, was sick of that. He didn't want Luffy to lose his smile. He made Gear 4, which had Boundsman, Snake Man, and Tank Man, I think it was. But then he totally flipped it and did Gear 5, which is joy. And it's like, it's very clear that he went, fuck it. I'm not letting Luffy get serious. It's the fact that he even said himself, shonen these days gets more and more serious. I don't want Luffy to be that. Like, he outwardly is acknowledging. He even said, He said, I made Gear 5 with the idea of even if people don't like it, that's okay, because this is what I want. Like, he's acknowledged. He's acknowledged that Gear 5 is not conventional. Gushing over that one panel with Garp and Roger. And this is why I don't fuck with Garp fans. This is why I don't fuck with Garp fans, because they think Garp is such a big man. They think Garp is such a big man. And he's a dog! He's a dog! I like Garp as a character. Fuck do I hate talking about him. I hate talking about him because of the way people talk about him. This is why every time I see Garp, I go boo. Because I think I'm the only fucker out there that is not jumping on Garp's dick. Like, I think I'm the only person who is not bouncing on it crazy style when I see Garp. I just, like, he's interesting. I'm not sucking him. You know what I mean? I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. They'll never make me defend Garp. I like him as a character though. I really like Garp as a character. I hate talking about him to people. Because they defend the shit out of him. And it's like, but he's wrong. Like, I just feel insane. I'm glad you found me too. That's the thing. I wish I could talk about Garp with people because I do think Garp is quite sad. I think what he's doing and what is happening is quite sad because he just feels like an old stubborn man who refuses to accept that his way of doing things is broken. But he just can't move out of it. Hold me down! Hold me down, Sengoku! Or I'll do it! I'll do it! Garp, he's already dead. Hold me down! You fucking coward. I'm sorry. I cannot believe people looked at that and went, oh, poor Garp. I just can't believe that. Hold me back, Sengoku! I'll stop him from killing the grandson that already died. Hold me back, Sengoku! I have to do even less! Even less, and I'm already not doing anything. I'll just never get over people going, oh, well, what was he meant to do? More. You know that comic that's like, things could be a lot worse, Calvin. And then he says, yeah, well, they could be a lot better too. That's how I feel about Garp and Marineford. Oh, he let Luffy punch him and take him out. Yeah, he also could have fucking undone Ace's chains, couldn't he? He also could have stopped, like, Ace from even going to the execution platform, couldn't he? He didn't do shit. Bro twitched his pinky toe and people are going, yeah! Yeah! He did all he could, guys. He did all he could. His chains are fake. His chains are fucking invisible. They're not real. His chains are self-inflicted. Hang on, where's that fucking meme? This was when people try and defend why Garp couldn't do everything he could to save Ace and Marineford. This is what I see. Right? What was he meant to do? Step around those bars, those 2 bars that are holding him back, and walk out. Anything. This is literally like how Garp is with the Marines. Do you understand? This is how he is. This is how I see him. When he's like, fuck, I can't do that. I'm a Marine. This kid that I know shouldn't die, who I raised, and I know is a good kid and shouldn't be executed, is going to be executed by the Marines. Guess I can't do anything. It's literally this image. Like, it's this image. I'm sorry. Right? It's for real, this stupid image. His chains are his fucking own, guys. Like, come on. Dadan, that's exactly it. Dadan was literally there to tell us Garp fucking sucked for that. That's what Dadan was there for. People try and change that scene around, or they forget it, and it's like Dadan was literally there to tell us we should not at all feel sorry for Garp. He's a fucking bastard in this situation. Like, he didn't do... She literally punched him and said, how could you? How could you do nothing and watch that child die? She's literally telling us Garp didn't fucking do anything. He had all capability to do so, and he chose the Marines. Right? They say, but Makino... Dadan pushed Makino out of the way and said, I don't give a fuck about Garp. What about Luffy? Think about Luffy. Like, insane. Because Makino tried to be like, oh, Dadan, think about what Garp's going through. And Dadan said, I don't give a fuck. She said, I don't give a fuck. Think about what Luffy's going through. And that shut Makino up. Because she knew Dadan was right. Okay. Garp also agrees he's a piece of shit for not saving Ace. That doesn't make me feel any better. I don't care if a piece of shit knows he's a piece of shit. In fact, if a piece of shit knows he's a piece of shit and still doesn't do anything to stop himself from being a piece of shit, that's worse. The point is they are not both right. No, Makino is not right. The point is Makino had no point to make. Makino going, oh, think about Garp, and Dadan going, think about Luffy. That is not the point. They are not both right. Dadan is right. That Garp, we should not at all feel sorry for Garp. Garp is self-inflicted. He did this to himself. I don't give a fuck about Garp's feelings. I give a fuck about Luffy, the kid who literally went through hell and back again to try and save Ace. I don't give a fuck about the guy who sat there and said, oh, Ace, why didn't you listen to me? They did not both have a point. Dadan was totally correct in that situation. They not at all both had a point. But it's true, Makino just didn't want to see them fighting. Pretty dismissive. It's pretty dismissive to say they both have a point when Garp didn't do fucking anything. It's dismissive to say, oh, they're both hurting, when Luffy was the one that went through hell and back to get Ace. When Garp was in the position to actually save him. Easily. That's dismissive. It's dismissive to say Garp and Luffy are both hurting. That's dismissive. Like, I just don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about what Garp is feeling there, because he did that. He had all power, all time in that moment to save Ace, and he didn't. Because he said, well, I'm a Marine. Dadan was totally correct. She was totally right in how she handled that and what she said. I'm sorry, ridiculous. Just ridiculous. It's the fact that Makino shut up that means no, they didn't both have a point. If Makino had a point, she would have said something else. She would have kept going. But because she shut up the second Dadan said that, she knew. Oh, Dadan's right. Dadan's correct, actually. She knew. But yeah, that's why when I talk about Garp, I hate like the Garp defense here, because I've gotten that a lot too. I've heard a lot, well, Garp knew. Garp let Dadan beat him up because he knew he was wrong. That doesn't make me feel any better. And that shouldn't make you feel any worse for Garp either. That should make you go, if Garp knew what he did was wrong and he knows he's a piece of shit for this, why did he let it happen? That's worse. That he was like, actually, yeah, this does make me a piece of shit. Like, what? He just let that boy die. He let it happen. And people have the audacity and the gall to then say, well, Ace did this. As if they weren't trying to hunt down Ace in the fucking womb. Right? Do I see Makino as a character to go back and forth in an emotional moment like that? Yes! Because she stepped in front of them. She stepped in front of them to try and stop Dadan. Yes! If she truly believed that what she said was something to stand by, she would have kept fucking saying something. But Dadan shut her up because she realized Dadan was right. Makino wouldn't have even stepped in if she weren't a conflict character. The fact she was even in that situation and tried to step in and say something means she was trying to stand on something. But when Dadan said to her, I don't fucking care about Garp, think about Luffy, that shut her up. Makino, the chill and kindly Makino, yes, because she stepped in the middle of the situation. Your point makes no sense. You're saying, oh, do you really think Makino would be the emotional conflict character? She stepped in the middle of the situation and said, stop, think about Garp's feelings. If she weren't the fucking confrontational character, she wouldn't have done that, would she? Like, what are you talking about? Dadan didn't listen. She got held back to stop beating Garp. Garp fucking fully deserved that, and Makino knows that. Once again, Makino wouldn't have shut up. So you're saying Makino stepping in front of that, in the middle of that, is not confrontational. But Dadan saying to Makino, what about Luffy? And Makino not saying anything. Oh, she doesn't say anything because she's not confrontational. By definition, she's confrontational because she stepped in the middle of the fight. What are you talking about? Like, what? She shut up because she knew Dadan was right. It is not dismissive to say that. It is dismissive to say they both have a point when they fucking don't. Luffy went through hell and back to try and save Ace, and Garp did fucking nothing. You're comparing, like, you're comparing a feather to like, a kilogram. A kilogram. It's like, there's no argument here. Dadan was right. A kilogram of steel or a kilogram of feathers? Like, I just don't give a fuck what Garp was going through. I don't. Because again, he did nothing. He had every single, like, time, moment in the world ever to do something. And the most he did was let Luffy punch him. And then also punch Marco. Like, I don't give a fuck what Garp was going through. Fuck that guy. He let Ace die. I'll happily say he let Ace die. I'm comparing one arc to Ace and Garp's whole life together. Ace and Garp's whole life together. Yeah, and Garp still didn't save Ace. So what's your point? I'm sorry? What other arc would you use? Sorry, what's your argument? So Garp and Ace had a whole life together and he still didn't save that boy. So what's your argument? What's the argument? Quickly, please tell me what the argument is. Please quickly defend to me why I should care about Garp letting Ace die. Quickly. Why I should care about that. What am I missing? Thank you for the sub. Sorry, you're defending. The point is, the core of One Piece is characters choose their own paths. So Ace chose to be executed. Ace chose that. Did he? Ace chose to be on that platform and to be executed. He chose that. Is that a choice he made willingly? Ace chose to be a pirate. See, now here's where you're fucking wrong. They tried to kill Ace in the womb. Did Ace choose to be the son of Roger and to be hunted down before he was even born? Did he choose that? Did he choose that? Let's filter. Let's think about Ace's choices. So Ace could have either been a pirate and tried to seek like-minded individuals such as him, where he could find someone and somewhere he could belong that actually wanted to accept him. Or he could choose to be in a system that hated him, wanted him dead anyways. Ace even said to Garp, "You know, if I were a Marine, they would have killed me anyways." So quickly, did Ace choose to be on that execution platform? Was Ace not presented multiple times different options? And did Ace not explain to us why he chose the option he did? Please tell me quickly why Ace said, "If I were in the Marines, they would have killed me anyways." Tell me why Ace had the choice of being hunted down in the womb before he was even born, simply because he was Roger's son. The choices Ace had were to go into a system that wanted him dead anyways, that would have killed him anyways, or to try to find some freedom. You are making the mistake in thinking that Ace could have had a better life if he were a Marine. You are wrong. Ace straight up said to us, "They would have killed me anyways." And you're saying that was a choice he made. That is not a choice he made. He factored in his options and realized he had no choice. He could either be chained and go in a system that would have killed him anyways, or tried to find some kind of life on the sea. You're talking like Garp. This is why I hate Garp defenders, because the way you are talking is exactly how Garp thinks, which is being totally blind to the truth of the matter, which is, well, if Ace just became a Marine, Ace fucking said to our faces, if he were a Marine, they would have killed him anyways. He knows that because they hunted him down in the fucking womb. Ace had a choice. But one of them would have 100% gotten him dead, and the other one gave him a semblance of freedom. That's what I'm saying to you. So you're saying Ace had a choice. I'm saying the other choice that you are giving Ace kills him anyway. Are you understanding that? Because they wanted him dead no matter what. Ace fucking said to us, if I were a Marine, they would have killed me anyway, and you know that. So I agree with you, Ace had a choice, and I'm saying Ace picked the choice that actually gave him the ability to exist. You're saying the other choice, well, probably would have been the better choice. That's not true. Any choice could leave you dead. So then why would he fucking pick being a Marine if that system hated him anyways? Why would he pick a system that wanted him dead instead of picking something where he could find some kind of life, that where someone wanted him? What are you talking about? Are you understanding? You are sounding like Garp. This is exactly how Garp thinks. Maybe if he just picked being a Marine, they wanted him fucking dead. They hated him. You're asking Ace to go into a system that despised him, that hated him. that would have made him hate himself even more. And you're saying, well, he had a choice. And I'm saying, yes, he did. And he picked the choice that didn't want to actively fucking kill him. Are you understanding that? This is why so many people look at Ace, the victim, and say, well, maybe if he made a different choice. He literally says to us, he would have ended up here anyways. So then what are you arguing? You are saying if Ace made a different choice, maybe things could be different. I'm literally telling you that's not true. Ace himself said they wanted me dead anyways. Even if I became a Marine, they'd kill me anyways. And he's right, because they hunted him down in the womb. In the womb. And you really think that kid joining the Marines would fucking change anything for him? No. No matter what choice Ace made, that doesn't excuse Garp. Right? Ace made his choices. Ace ended up on an execution platform. So please explain to me why Garp's choices made it that he couldn't fucking help Ace at all. The guy who sat next to him on the execution platform. Why the fuck do Ace's choices factor into Garp not being able to save Ace? Even though Garp knew Ace shouldn't die. Even though Garp knew Ace wasn't someone to be killed or executed, and that this was the wrong thing to do. Why in the world do Ace's choices factor into Garp being unable to save this kid that he raised? Why? This is why I can't argue with Garp defenders. I just can't. Because you sound like Garp. This is why you are saying, oh, what about Ace's choices? Bitch, Garp had the choice as well. He had the choice. Why are we looking at the victim of this situation and not the guy who is literally not in chains? You are looking at the guy who is literally in chains and saying he made his choice. But you're not looking at the other guy sitting right next to him, no chains, a fucking admiral in the Marines, or has power in the Marines and is going, oh, he couldn't do anything. Are you kidding me? You are turning on the victim and saying, well, this is his fault. That's why I don't fuck with it. That is why I can never argue with Garp defenders. I'm putting words in your mouth. So, okay, can you summarize your argument then? Summarize what you were trying to argue here. Because this started because you said Ace made his choice. You said Ace made his choice. So then why did you say that? Summarize your argument for me. What are you arguing? Why did you say Ace made his choice? Summarize it. Tell me what you're arguing. That's the point of One Piece. So then why couldn't Garp's choice be to save Ace? Like Luffy did. And I'm asking you again, how was it Ace's choice to be on that execution platform and to be Roger's son? I'm asking you that again. Because yes, they all have a choice, but these choices are still factored in by the environment and by who you are. Correct? So what's your argument? Ace had a choice, but he's still Roger's son by blood. That wasn't a choice, was it? No matter what, the Marines wanted him on that execution platform. It was Ace's choice to be a pirate, correct, but he also knew his choices were limited due to being Roger's son. That's also something, a theme about One Piece. A theme of One Piece is systematic oppression. Ace was oppressed by the system of the Marines that limited his choices. In the same way, Kuma had limited choices in his own life due to being a buccaneer. By fucking God, he tried to make as many choices as he could, but he was limited in his choices due to the oppression that he faced. That's kind of the point. We all have choices, but it's a matter of fact that our choices are limited due to what we face in life and to the system that is forcing us around us, that we live in. Which is why I don't like that. Everyone has a choice, and some people don't have as much as a choice of others, do they? That's kind of also one of the points of One Piece. That's kind of also one of the reasons One Piece is about freedom and liberation, because Luffy wants people to have the freedom of choice. But some people don't have that right now because of the system of the world government and the Marines. He could have stayed with the Dun and Windmill Village. That is true, but he still would have been hunted down. He still would have been known by someone like Luffy. And somewhere like Windmill Village is not a place that he felt loved, did he? Would have been safe on Whitebeard's ship, etc, etc, etc. Look at all these choices he could have made. The point I'm saying is, why does that stop Garp? Why does that make him end up on the execution platform? Why does that stop Garp from helping him? That's my point. Why are we suddenly turning to Ace and saying he made his choice as if that stops Garp from helping him? This is what I'm arguing right now. This is literally, well, Luffy just shouldn't have left the village. Like, so Ace has choices in life, but when he ends up on an execution platform, it's, you just shouldn't have left the island. Can we please explain how my argument is Garp could have done something, but suddenly this goes around to, well, Ace made his choice. Why the fuck does that affect Garp? Like, do you know what I mean? Why the fuck does that stop Garp from saving Ace? That's what I'm arguing here. Every single time I say Garp could have done something, it loops around to people saying, well, Ace is there, like, made his choice. That's Garp's fucking line of reasoning. This is what I'm talking about. Garp respects independence to a major fault. So does Luffy. And yet Luffy still wanted to save Ace. All of these arguments does not stop Garp from saving Ace. None of them stop Garp from saving Ace. None of them. Which is why I'm arguing this. I'm telling you, every single time I say, why couldn't Garp do something? Someone always says, well, Ace chose that. He didn't fucking pick to be on that execution platform. What are you talking about? At all. That's Garp line of thinking. Literally, Garp line of thinking is, well, they're on the execution platform for a reason. They just chose to be there. They could not be on that execution platform, or you can be a factor here and get them off that execution platform. Not only that, the war with Whitebeard as well was something the Marines were trying to do. They were trying to push it. They knew Ace on that execution platform would start a war. Garp could not only have saved Ace, he could have prevented how many Marines from dying by stopping this war. That's the other thing. This is not just about Ace. This is about the war of Marineford. They knew Ace being on the execution platform was going to start a war. And Garp still did nothing. And this is why every time I say, why didn't Garp do anything? I'm sick of people turning it on Ace. I'm sick of people turning it on the kid that was the victim of the system. The real victim of the system. I'm sick of it. Why the fuck is the victim of the situation always the one that people say, well, they did that to themselves? Without fail, people do that. Especially to Ace. It actually drives me nuts. It drives me insane. Garp had all the power. All of it. And he didn't do anything. I'm not looking at Ace. I don't care about Ace's choices. I don't care how Ace ended up there. What I care about is this man knew Ace, loved Ace, cared about Ace, and still did nothing. Garp's choice was to let Ace die, and that was a shit fucking choice. I don't give a fuck about Ace's choices in that moment. What I care about is Garp didn't do anything. Point blank, that's what I care about. There it is! Things are too set in stone! Garp helped the only way he knew how. Ace was his own man. And he knew the dangers. And at point, you got to acknowledge the system's piracy, Marines at the core, blah, 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 blah. Garp could have done fucking anything. Things are too set in stone. Who fucking decides that? Garp? things are too set in stone for Garp to save Ace? Garp helped the only way he knew how? Why was that the only way he knew how? What you mean to say is Garp helped the only way he knew how because he didn't want to upset the marine system. You're definitely taking this argument genuinely. Yes, because I'm talking about Ace and Garp making these choices which you brought up. And now you're starting to what? Deflect? Because you know your argument is bullshit. You know your argument makes... It's bullshit. Your argument is, oh, Garp helped the only way he knew how. And I'm saying that is incorrect. Garp helps the only way he knew how without disrupting the marine system. That's what my argument is. Garp wasn't saving Ace, he was saving Face. That's the fucking difference. Garp wanted... he wanted to... What is it? Cut the cake and eat it too. That's what he wanted... He wanted a... Is that what it is? He wanted the cake and he wanted to eat it too. Whatever the fuck the saying is. He wanted to somehow save Ace while also prioritizing the Marines. His job. And you know what he picked ultimately? His job. Have his cake and eat it too. That's exactly what he wanted to do. He wanted to keep his Marine job and save Ace. He couldn't do both. So he picked his job over the life of a kid that he raised. Garp could have done anything. I don't want to hear fucking anything about what Garp could have... Like what Garp... Oh, he did everything he could. No, he didn't. He did the bare minimum. He lifted and wiggled his pinky toe. And people will say... oh, he did everything he could. Or he did what he could, he knew. No, he didn't. He did the bare minimum. The barest of bare minimums. And Ace died. He let that kid die. I watched Luffy go through hell and back. You watched Luffy go through hell and back. And yet, I'm supposed to look at Garp and feel bad for him and think he did something? No. He didn't do fucking anything. Nuance doesn't place blame on anyone? No, I'm blaming Garp. I'm blaming Garp for letting that kid die. You know why? Because I watched Garp literally talk to Ace in Impel Down. How are you laughing at that? How many times did you watch Garp talk to Ace as Ace was in chains? Garp basically walked Ace to the fucking execution platform. And you think I'm not gonna blame Garp? You think I'm not gonna blame him for not doing anything? Don't get me wrong, Garp isn't the full reason for it. But he is one of the reasons Ace wasn't saved. Would Ace have let Garp save him? Ace didn't even want Luffy to save him. And you know what Luffy did? He fucking did it anyway. Because that's what you do for people you love. Luffy, in fact, saved multiple people that didn't want to be saved. Right? Garp spent way more time during Ace's childhood trying to keep him from that execution platform. So why couldn't he keep doing it? Why did he stop? Why did he stop? So why is it suddenly Garp can't do that anymore? Because Ace made his choice! The choice of being on the execution platform! Huh? I ask you again, did Ace make the choice to be on the execution platform? You keep going back to that. So did Ace make the choice to be Why does the choice of being a pirate mean Ace has to be executed? Why does that mean Ace made his choice of being executed? The choice of being a pirate does not mean Ace made the choice of being executed. Like, this is why this argument is happening. Because you sound like Garp. You sound like Garp. That's exactly what Garp is thinking. Pirates are not loved in the One Piece world. So what? Garp can't love Ace? Garp can't save Ace? Because Ace is a pirate? The only thing that is stopping Garp from saving Ace is his fucking job. is his job of being a Marine. Who said that? You are saying pirates are not loved in the world of One Piece. Ace is a pirate. So what's the argument here? So why can't Garp save Ace, okay? So let's break it down. Garp can't save Ace because Ace made his choice. Ace made a choice of being on the execution platform? No, he made a choice of being a pirate. Yeah? Oh, but because Ace is a pirate, that somehow stops Garp from saving Ace being on the execution platform. Okay, why does that stop Garp from saving Ace being on the execution platform? Because he's a Marine, and Marines can't save pirates. Children literally sing songs of how Whitebeard is a demon, and they're wrong. Aren't they? We have watched Whitebeard not be a demon. That's the point. Misinformation, systematic oppression within One Piece. The Marines are pushing an agenda. A fake agenda of false justice. And Garp picked that false justice over Ace. No matter how you twist it, no matter how you turned it, he picked the Marines' system of justice over Ace. Because he decided the Marines are truly worth saving more than Ace is. A war happens because of this. And he didn't do fucking anything. And I'm meant to feel bad for Garp. No. Not at all. It's misinformation. It's 100% misinformation. Whitebeard as a pirate gained notoriety somehow. Oh, in the same way Loki gained notoriety of being a liar and a curse bringer to Elbaf. Blah, 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 blah. The same way rumors start. The same way Luffy has gained notoriety as well for being a crazy person who's insane and actively is like a wicked pirate. The same way Roger was deemed the devil. Whitebeard gained notoriety somehow. Yeah, notoriety that is pushed by the world government, by journalism, by Marines. One of the huge themes of One Piece is misinformation, disinformation. One of the huge themes of One Piece is how rumors usually are wrong. Whitebeard's notoriety was wrong. We literally saw that it was incorrect. And you're saying, oh, he gained that notoriety somehow. Yeah, because the Marines and world government are pushing that pirates are all horrible and bad. All of them. What are you talking about? See how this has somehow circled around to, but pirates are bad and Marines can't save pirates. And see how that circles around to how Garp defenders think like Garp. Do you see what I'm talking about? It always circles around to this. It always circles around to, but pirates and Marines. I don't give a fuck. If Garp truly loves that boy, it doesn't matter the choices Ace made. It doesn't matter if Ace is a pirate or not. He would have saved that boy. And he didn't. Point blank. It doesn't matter the choices Ace made. Ace was on the execution platform in chains and was helpless. He couldn't do anything. And the people around him were desperate to save him, except for Garp. And I'm sick of people looking at Ace and saying, well, what choices did Ace make when Garp was right next to him, free of chains, and didn't do anything? I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. We have seen Garp will drop everything to save a fellow Marine. But he won't drop everything to save Ace. And here's the thing. A lot of people think, well, if Ace were a Marine, Garp could have done more. And here's why that's a problematic way to think. So Ace has to give up everything. He has to go into a system that hates him and despises him for Garp to be able to protect him. Once again, that is Garp putting the system over someone he cares about. That is Garp putting the Marine system and not wanting to compromise his position as a Marine over protecting someone he cares about. That's why that's a problem. Is Ace really loved and really protected by someone if they say the only way I can really do anything for you is if you confine yourself to a box? Like, imagine thinking like, imagine having a parent, imagine like being like a child who's like gay, right? Me. And imagine having a parent who was conservative, but is trying to not be conservative, right? And they say, well, kid, the only way it can really help you is if you just, you know, try not to be gay. Just try not to be that gay. Just don't openly be very queer. Just don't openly be gay. Just try and simulate, you know? Just stop being yourself, right? Just hate yourself, and that's how I can protect you. That's the issue with that argument. It's not protecting someone unconditionally. It's not loving someone unconditionally if you are giving them a set of rules in which to protect them by. It doesn't matter if Ace was a pirate. Doesn't matter the choices Ace made. If Garp truly wanted to protect that boy, he would have done so, Ace being a pirate or not. Point blank, Garp put the Marines and the Marine system and his job over Ace. The fact he even wanted Ace to be a Marine is him thinking, I can do more for you if you're a Marine. Why? Simply because I can save a Marine as a Marine. I can't save a pirate as a Marine. That is not an unconditional love. That is not an unconditional protection. That is change yourself, go into a box, so I can protect you without any compromise on my behalf. So I never have to be in a difficult position to have to protect you. And that's wrong as well. That is just as wrong, in my opinion. That's why being a pirate and Luffy meant so much to Ace, because pirates are more welcoming than that. Because, like, they were actually accepting of Ace, right? Roger's son or not. And Ace knew full well the Marines would not accept Ace. God. It's been 6 hours and it's 2 AM. Okay, anyway. Oh, fuck. What beautiful music. Anyway. This is why I can't talk to Garp defenders. I just can't. Because you've seen what happens here. You break down the argument and the argument will just come down to... Maybe if Ace did exactly what Garp said and fucking hated himself more than he already does, maybe Garp could have done something, and that's just wrong. I just don't like the idea that for Garp to protect a kid that he supposedly loves, Ace has to put on a uniform. And mind you, like, that in itself is incredibly manipulative. Join a system that you don't believe in so I can help you. What kind of military ass propaganda is that shit? Like, what the fuck? And you know what's funny? These Marine systems will turn their back on you in seconds if you don't do as told. That's the funniest part. That's why Ace was like, you know they'd kill me even if I were a Marine, because Ace knows that. Ace knows the Marines do not have loyalty. They have rules to follow and a system to uphold. Right? The Marines do not love like a family. They're fucking tyrants. Like, that's the point. Put on the uniform. We'll protect you, but only if you do as told. Only if you follow rules. Right? That's exactly what Marines are. And that's why Ace knew, I'm not going to find anything here. I'm not going to find anything for me here. Nothing. I'm sorry, it's just... The way the Marines function is just... Yep, Bellamere. I was going to say Bellamere got nothing. Bellamere got nothing. Fujitora fucking hates the Marines. He got listed, remember? He got drafted. He didn't want to be in the Marines, he got drafted. But Bellamere's a huge example. She fought for the Marines, she nearly died for the Marines. And when she wanted to leave to look after some children that she wanted to protect, they just abandoned her. Left her in poverty. Right. Left her in poverty. The Marine system is nothing. It's nothing. There is no family, no solidity within the Marine system. So long as you wear the uniform and you lace up your boots and you say, "Sir, yes, sir," they'll help you. But if you don't do as told, they're not going to help you anymore. Fujitora as a Marine cares very much for protecting innocent people, and he doesn't give a fuck about the Marines. He's literally drafted. That's a huge point of his character. It was the Marines that were helping the slaves get back to the Celestial Dragons. Sorry, who were the ones trying to bring the slaves back to their Celestial Dragons? The Marines. Literally the Marines. Fujitora saw that and said, this is fucked. You can't say, I hate the world government but not the Marines. Who do the Marines work for, mate? The Marines work for the world government. That's literally their boss. Sword included. I'm sick of people not including Sword. I'm sick of it. The Marines literally serve the world government. He apologizes for the Marines because he knows the Marines are fucking dog shit. Why would he be apologizing for the Marines if he likes them? He's in this thing, not of his own will. He was drafted and he can see their bullshit. And he's going, I'm sorry about these fuckers. He knows the Marines are bullshit. He knows that. Why would he apologize for something if he thinks they're fine? The Marines are arse and Fujitora knows that. Yeah, he apologizes because he sees how horrifying it is. And the Marines don't apologize. Because they think they uphold justice. And it kind of got mad about Fujitora apologizing. Fujitora is an anti-Marine Marine. He was drafted. He doesn't want to be here. Let me explain. I've always explained this. The reason the... Oh, good pirates and bad pirates and good Marines and bad Marines. Oh my god. Let me explain something to you. Pirates as a whole are not an organization. Understand? Do we understand? What Blackbeard is doing is not indicative of what pirates as a whole are. This whole Marines versus pirates thing is a lie. It's a lie. The reason when the Marines do something bad, it's bad, is because the Marines are an organization that all have the same word on their back, which is justice. When a pirate does something bad, right? Not every pirate is fucking expected to do that as well. Do we understand this? If a pirate has slaves, which is obviously bad, like Blackbeard, a pirate doesn't say, yeah, I'm upholding justice. This is justice. If a Marine is protecting slave owners, this is justice. Do we understand this? Pirates can do whatever the fuck they want because they're pirates. Marines, on the other hand, are in a system that are telling them what justice is and what they must do to uphold justice. Pirates are not one whole organization. Marines are. This is why Marines are so malicious and why Marines cannot be compared to pirates in this regard. This is something Smoker even learns in Alabasta with Luffy. He learns that pirates are a whole different thing. That pirates, they may be pirates, but they're not one big fat fucking organization. Marines are. You know why we know that? Because Smoker's fucking forced to take the glory for Alabasta. And Smoker was totally against that. But he had to. Right? Pirates are individuals, Marines are a collective. Until justice is taking off the back of those Marines, I don't give a fuck what any of them are doing. Yes, they are all as bad. Simply because they think whatever they're doing is justice, and that is problematic. That's awful. They are literally on the side of slave owners. Right? Marines as a whole, as a system, correct, are on the side of slave owners. Pirates are not, because pirates are individuals. Do we understand that? Right? If a Marine is told, or you're ordered, get that slave back to that celestial dragon. So yes, sir. That's his fucking job. He's in this system. Pirates are literally outside of the system. Marines uphold the system. Pirates go outside the system because the system didn't work for them. It outcasts them a lot of the time. This is the difference between Marines and Pirates. Pirates and Marines are not the same side of a different coin. You know what the same side... different side of the same coin. You know what is different side of the same coin? Marines and the fucking Revolutionary Army. Those are the parallels. They are the parallels. Pirates are their own thing. They're all the way over there. Right? Pirates are a wild card. But the Marines and the Revolutionary Army are the two things that actually combat each other. Yes? Like, I'm sorry, it's just insane to me that we literally see the Marines turn a blind eye to slavery. They actively help slave owners, the Marines. But then we see one pirate or two pirates owning slaves. Oh, pirates own slaves too. There's a big difference between a system and a whole system as a whole upholding something compared to pirates as individuals doing something. Right? Kobe didn't turn a blind eye to Blackbeard slaves. I don't know what Kobe thinks about the Celestial Dragon slaves. I don't even know what Kobe thinks about the Celestial Dragons point blank. Right? But Kobe's on thin ice. Because Kobe does seem to think that the One Piece is better off in the hands of the world government and the Marines than anyone else. And we know that's not true. Because we've seen what they do. Right? Sword is still the Marines. I'm sorry, Sword are still the Marines. Why do I know this? Because they still hold justice on their backs. Guys, if they have justice on their backs, they're a fucking Marine and they're a problem. Sword is not special. If anything, Sword is just, we're the military that can do whatever we want. And how horrible is that? So they can just do whatever they want and say it's justice. Do you see how that's a problem? So a Marine can kill someone, anyone, and say, this is justice. A pirate is not killing someone and saying, yeah, this is it, this is justice. Every single Marine upholds the system. All of them. All of them. That's the issue. If you're a Marine, you are upholding the system. That's why this is a thing. That's why having that word justice on their backs is a problem. They can literally take out a whole island of innocent people and say, well, we are justice, we are the Marines. And we've seen what happens when someone tries to say something, when someone tries to change something. Kuzan, he didn't like the way, right? I'm placing too much of a negative connotation on justice. No, I'm placing too much of a negative connotation on what the Marines believe justice is. They believe they uphold justice. If you as an organization believe you are justice, guess what? You're going to be killing innocent people and calling it justice. That's the issue, Rosboz. That's the fucking issue. That the Marines as a system uphold justice. That's the issue. They are taught justice. That's the problem. They are taught the Marines' idea of justice. Fujitora freed slaves by turning against a fellow Marine. Are we seeing? There's literally Marine infighting going on. So Kuzan, right? A genocide happened right under Kuzan's nose. He went, this is fucked. After a lot of years, he went, this is fucked. He tried to tell Akainu this is wrong, and what happened? A fight broke out and he left the Marines. Yes? Smoker tried to tell the Marines, Luffy saved Alabasta, the Straw Hats saved Alabasta, that wasn't me. And what happened? They say, Smoker, you can't tell anyone that. You're going to be taking the medal. You can't tell anyone about the Straw Hats. Ah. Fujitora sees slaves owned by the Celestial Dragons in the Holy Lands. What does he do? He says, this is fucked, and he turns around and fights a fellow Marine. A fellow Marine. Why is it every time a Marine goes against the system, they go against another Marine? Wow. It's almost like the Marines uphold the fucking system. And they literally have to fight themselves to say what is happening is wrong. And guess what? Nothing changes anyways. Because they end up either leaving or they end up just silently seething about how they fucking hate everything. Isn't that crazy? A Marine doesn't go, wow, the system is fucked, and go out and fight a pirate, do they? It's almost like the Marines are upholding the system. Isn't it? It's almost like all of One Piece and the Marines are about this. Which is just crazy. Smoke is one of the only Marines that said, you have to follow your own sense of justice. Because Smoker thinks the Marine sense of justice is bullshit. He thinks it's bullshit. Smoker is still incorrect, by the way, for being in the Marines. But it's clear Smoker absolutely despises the Marines and he hates being in there. He hates them. Right? But I've seen Smoker do more with his own sense of justice than what the Marine sense of justice is. That's just what the Marines are about. Smoker's literally going through his own Kuzan. Smoker and Kuzan were also friends, by the way. It's just every time the system is questioned and every time the Marines are questioned, the Marines turn on the Marines. Because they know they're the problem. They know they're the problem. They know that. It's just crazy. Like, it's just crazy. Because I'd understand anyone's point if the Marines went, something's wrong, I'm gonna go fight a pirate. Obviously, they're the problem. But the pirates are not the ultimate problem, are they? Because the pirates don't even uphold the system. They're not even part of the system. In fact, so many pirates are born because of a system like the Marines. Because the Marines force and push people to be outlaws and outcasts. Because they don't fit in with the system that the Marines are upholding. The only reason Robin, for example, is a criminal is because of the Marines. The Marines are literally creating pirates, and then they have the audacity to say it's us versus them. That is a false narrative. It is not us versus them, it is us creating them. Because we are the problem. The true narrative is the Marines versus the Revolutionary Army. And I know this for a fact, because Dragon was in the Marines, and Dragon said, I was in the Marines, I saw no justice that they spoke of. Even Dragon has said there is a justice that is pushed in the Marines, and Dragon thinks it's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Dragon is literally flying the flag of the Marines are fucked. What they're taught is fucked. The Marines' sense of justice is fucked. We gotta get rid of that. But of course, Dragon runs a risk too, right? But this is all stuff that we can talk about another time. Anyway, my point is, guys, the Marines are the problem. The Marines are not a byproduct of the world government. The Marines are literally the world government's fucking dogs. What are you talking about? You're talking about the Marines being a byproduct of the world government, like pirates are a byproduct of the Marines. The Marines are literally enlisted. They are literally hired by the world government. They are not a byproduct of the world government. The Marines are their military. That is not a byproduct of the world government. That is a full-out creation, purposeful creation to uphold the system of the world government. That is not just a byproduct. A byproduct is like waste you'd get by making something. The Marines are not waste of the world government. They are actively hired by the world government to uphold them. That is not a byproduct. The Marines are literally created for the world government. People choose to join the Marines to protect like Kobe, and that's the propaganda. They are only protecting people who fit in with the system, who uphold the system, because the Marines are not protecting Robin. They're not protecting Ace. Are they? They're only protecting people who fit in with them. The Marines didn't protect that guy who was starving. His family was starving. His island was starving. The one that Sengoku was ragging on about. Because they're blinded by the world government? Mate, because they're fucking made by the world government. Because the world government is telling the Marines who they should be protecting and who they shouldn't be protecting. And you know what? Above all, the Marines will save themselves. Above all, the Marines will protect Marines. That's kind of the point. A Marine will put another Marine over a civilian. Over anyone. They will. The Marines are there to uphold a system. And they are literally there for the world government. That's kind of the point. They're there for the Celestial Dragons. They're there for the world government. They're there for themselves. Right. Right. It's literally just systematic shit. This is what the Marines are. This is what they are there for. Until I see that justice on their back ripped off, I don't trust them. I just don't trust them. That's why they're called dogs. Exactly. Anyway, it's 2 a.m. I'm hungry. I want to go eat. I want to eat. And I want to play some games. So thank you, everyone. This was fun. I hate Garp. I hate Garp. I hate him. That bum. Anyway, thank you everybody. I appreciate you being here. I do always like these conversations. It was a big chat. We had a lot to talk about. A lot to talk about this stream, didn't we? Ups and downs. We had a lot of education today. Education about upholding the system, right? And how that happens. And I will see you guys, not tomorrow. I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow, but I'll see you guys probably the day after that. Okay. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.